guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the U.S. must lead the AI revolution, signing an executive order that shifts AI regulation to the White House and away from the states.
We want to have one central source of approval every time you make a change, and it could be a very reasonable change. You still won't get it approved if you have to go to 50 states.
He argues companies need a single national standard to innovate and compete, calling the move essential for America to beat China in the race for advanced artificial intelligence. Federal agents busted a smuggling ring tied to a Texas business for moving high-end NVIDIA computer chips to China, a major win in the tech security fight.
China's been trying to get its hands on advanced AI chips from the United States because their chips are not nearly as good as ours.
China expert Gordon Chang says Texas has seen similar operations before, noting the Chinese consulate in Houston was shut down for espionage during Trump's first term. Dozens of infants across the U.S. may have contracted botulism from tainted baby formula.
The FDA says as of Wednesday, the outbreak includes at least 51 infants across 19 states with suspected or confirmed botulism who were exposed to By Heart Whole Nutrition infant formula. Federal health officials say the company's products may have been tainted since March of 2022. The By Heart baby formula company announced a voluntary recall last month. The baby formula had been distributed nationwide and internationally, both online and in stores. Multiple families of the babies who have gotten sick from consuming the product are suing the company. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
President Trump is defending his economic record, calling Democrats' claims of affordability crisis a hoax, despite a new poll showing that he has a 31% approval rating. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 646 points, the S&P 500 went up 14 points, and the Nasdaq lost 60 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
MyPillow CEO Mike Lindell is running for Minnesota governor in 2026, aiming for the Republican nomination against Democrat Tim Walz. Lindell is a longtime Trump ally and emphasizes election integrity, property tax cuts, education reform, and stricter immigration policies.
I want you to know that I will stand for you as the next governor of the state of Minnesota.
He enters a crowded GOP primary while Walz seeks a third term. Police are identifying the DUI suspect accused of plowing into 8 Anaheim high school track athletes.
27-year-old Anthony Alva Palafox, an Anaheim resident, is accused of driving under the influence of both alcohol and drugs. He was taken to a hospital for injuries he suffered in Wednesday afternoon's collision. The track athletes, who were on a practice run at the time, were hit while waiting at a red light. Initial reports said 3 of them were hospitalized in critical condition. The Anaheim Police Department now says 7 of the students were taken to hospitals, but none have life-threatening injuries. I'm Daniel Martindale.
Archaeologists say a discovery in eastern England proves the earliest known instance of a human-created fire.
The discovery was made at a 400,000-year-old site in Barnum, Suffolk. Results of the study were published in the journal Nature on Wednesday. The artifacts are 350,000 years older than previous evidence of fire-making in northern France. Officials believe it's unlikely the first instances of fire-making started in Barnum, but they say it's hard to find evidence that survives that long. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Well, with the click of a mouse, looky there, it is showtime. Welcome aboard. Ready or not, here comes a Friday. Weekend is on the horizon. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yeah, a little bit of snow falling outside the secret bunker at this hour. Doesn't feel too bad. 31 degrees. It's because the wind ain't blowing. That's going to be changing as we roll through the weekend. We've been talking about the next polar vortex coming in. Get ready for some of the coldest temperatures we've seen in quite some time. And we'll break it all down for you. But first things first, trust you've had a good week. As we turn the page on the calendar, time zone to time zone, looking at the 12th day of December. You realize 2 weeks from today, the fat man will have made his rounds. We'll be waking up from our Christmas Day slumber and having to clean up all the mess and put together the toys for the grandkids and the kids. Hard to believe. Christmas time is almost here. All right, let's start things off with a look at our traveler's weather. 24 hours ago, at this point in time, we anticipated we'd probably already have a couple of inches of snow on the ground. You know how it is with meteorologists and weather forecasting? It changes with each passing day. It's almost comical. Earlier this week, we were in the zone for maybe 1 or 2 inches, and then the models kept changing and changing. There were some that had us in a 6-inch range, and that was 24 hours ago. All of a sudden, the storm track shifted a bit further south. So at the moment, we are back in southwest Ohio in the zone for maybe 1 or 2 pockets of up to 3 inches. All the heaviest accumulations, the 3 to 5 and possible 6, have shifted further south. It's not going to be a pleasant night rolling through northern and central Kentucky. That's where we're seeing some of those heavier bands. We have winter storm warnings rather than winter weather advisories stretching from Louisville to Lexington tonight. As I look at the current radar scene, we've actually got snow all the way down into just north of Knoxville, Tennessee. So from Knoxville to Bristol, seeing some of the lighter snow. Heavier snows have been falling for several hours through the heart of Kentucky. So we see our snow band extending from about Evansville, Indiana on the southern end, Muncie, Indiana on the northern side, then extending all the way up into, say, Davenport, Iowa. You've got some bands, pockets of heavier snow from Peoria to Springfield, Illinois, Kankakee. Indianapolis looks to be in the mix there as well. But again, they are under winter weather advisories rather than winter storm warnings. So this is the beginning. This is Clipper, well, technically number 2 of the week. But we've got 2 systems that are going to be impacting a broad area of the north central Great Lakes to the Ohio Valley and maybe the eastern seaboard. This is number 1 of 2 as we head into the weekend. Each of these clippers, though, bringing accumulating snow in a rather narrow zone, stretching for 1,000 to 2,000 miles. So for the snow lovers, the skiers out there jumping for joy. Of course, if you're on the roadways, kind of cringing at the slippery roads, airline delays will be in the mix. The heaviest snow from the storms forecast to fall, stretching all the way out from portions of Montana, where a broad area, 6 to 12 inches is expected. There's going to be some heavier pockets, 12 to 24 inches in the mountainous terrain. Starting with Clipper 1. This is the one that shifted a bit further south. That first system is traversing about 1,000 miles over a 24-hour period. Stretching from southwest Iowa this past day, then extending to western Virginia. Here as we roll through the Friday, the width of the accumulating snow, about 200-300 miles, reaching into some of the metro areas, Minneapolis, Chicago, Columbus, Ohio. These cities shouldn't get the heavy snow. Of course, even a coating to an inch with the cold conditions means slippery travel. Where the heaviest snow falls, yes, the shovels and the plows are going to be needed to clear the snow. That's in a zone that extends from portions of the Dakotas to much of West Virginia, Western Virginia, and northeastern Tennessee. 3 to 6 inches in the models there. It's kind of a moisture-starved storm, and it's moving pretty quickly. The Appalachian Mountains are going to probably filter out most of the available moisture. Maybe just a coating of snow expected in eastern Virginia and parts of the Delmarva Peninsula. No snow with this clipper reaching areas from Philadelphia to Boston. That's going to change with the next round as the second clipper rolls in. Let's take a look. The second clipper, compared to this one, is going to track about the same track over the plains, upper portions of the Mississippi Valley, then maybe swing 100 or 200 miles further north as it reaches the Atlantic coast. The implications of this results in similar areas of snow for the Midwest. The second clipper could spread a bit further south into Nebraska, Missouri, Illinois, and, of course, Kentucky, where they are already seeing snow. In the Midwest, from the West Virginia mountains, you'll get 2 rounds of accumulating snow from these storms, including Davenport, Peoria, Cincinnati, and Charleston. As that second clipper crosses the Appalachians, it may lose a little bit of the moisture, just like the first. But this one's going to slow down, just enough for the storm to grab some Atlantic moisture and take a slightly northward track along the East Coast. We may see a gap or a drop in snowfall accumulations along the Interstate 81 corridor there in Virginia, western Maryland, and Pennsylvania. But snow becomes more widespread along the Interstate 95 corridor in the northeast. So the steady movement of the storm should prevent a heavy snow in the 95 northeast. But since it's going to be generally the first snow of the season in that zone from Philadelphia to New York City and Boston with maybe 1 to 3 inches of accumulation, it's going to lead to slippery conditions, delays at area airports with de-icing operations. Obviously, the number of auto accidents, even with minor snow, may be higher than usual because motorists need to get refreshed on how to drive in winter weather, and they haven't seen it yet. Now, there are the potential for some pockets of heavier snow, parts of the mid-Atlantic, southern New England, where you could see 3 to 6 inches. That's more likely to occur in, say, southern New Jersey, the Delmarva Peninsula, rather than, say, New York City. Meanwhile, we'll take a look out west, where the rain has been unrelenting. Tens of thousands evacuating from flooding. For the most part, the entire state of Washington has been declared an emergency. Rescues and, again, evacuations from the flooding there. We anticipate a bit of a break in the rainfall here for a day or two, but early next week, what they call the Pineapple Express, the atmospheric river, again fires up into the same region where they anticipate, again, possibly record flooding in portions of the northwestern USA. So welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Philly Dan is on board this early Friday. TGIF, gotcha. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Mary Ann says hello to all the listeners out there. Who do we have? Tank. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. TGIF 55 here in Choctaw, Oklahoma tonight. We're hammering down toward Memphis, then about 85 miles east to the home 20. Everybody truck safe out there. Have a great weekend. Let's see. Good morning. It's the Free Spirit checking in from Omaha with 33 degrees tonight. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Tommy, morning drivers and the overnight drive. Hello to No Snow Joe. That's because he's a Florida resident. No snow in your book. 39 degrees, though. It's a chilly night in Marietta, Florida, as we head to Live Oak and back to Pensacola. Have a safe weekend, everybody. We actually do see, 39 degrees. There are hard freeze warnings there in south central Georgia and the northeastern portions of Florida again tonight. And we're going to see more of that in the coming days with our next polar vortex when it sweeps in over the weekend. A couple more folks checking in. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. 25 degrees. New Paltz, New York. Round number 4 to Schenectady. Then it's back to Wilmington, Delaware. We'll reload for Monday. Shorty, where are you at? I-77 northbound at the North Carolina-Virginia line with 32 degrees. Headed toward Columbus. Crazy Ray, West Michigan, check it in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 22 degrees. Good Friday morning at the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Hello to Jerry. Good morning, everyone. Listening to the Overnight Drive, brought to you by Hot Shot Secret, Monday through Friday. It's really cold here in Kokomo now. Thankfully, no snow yet. Not too bad. Be safe. Tell them you love them every chance you get. Be safe out there, and thank you, drivers, for everything you do. Hello, Country Bumpkin checks in from a snowy Waterford, Michigan tonight. We got about 8 inches of snow last night. I'm glad that's over, but be safe out there, Overnight Drive family. Hello, Pappy, Saddle Up Nocturnal listeners. It's Friday, and let it snow, let it snow. Well, they're saying maybe 2 to 4 on the far side of southwest Ohio. 3 to 5 more comes our way Saturday afternoon. Just great for working the weekend, and just great for my sinuses that are all jacked up. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Let's get it ready for some sports talk. Do we have any sports talk this morning? I don't think we're predicting any of these bowl games until we actually get some of the playoff stuff. All right, there you go. But smooth sailing into the weekend, says Crazy Ray. It is 844-844-3388, the Friday edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, hello to Lauren Weeks, 2-time world champion bull hauler. 50 degrees under starlit skies in Carthage, Missouri tonight. I left the powerful chrome-plated cow truck parked at my country property, Country Road 80, and boy, did it look good with the stars reflecting off the hood. Just walked into the Weiss compound, kissed the hot blonde wife. After a stout bowl of taco soup, I'm going to hit the hay. So next week is my last full week of the year until the new year. But it is an epic evening in the Maple Leaf City. Special shout out to all the hard-working trailer trucking ladies of the overnight drive from the hometown of Marlin Perkins in southwest Missouri. All right, enjoy your weekend at the Home 20 there. Lauren, good to have you on board. Hello, Bill. Morning, Steve. 11 degrees here in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. Here we are on the Pizza Shuttle Express. All right, not looking forward to Saturday. We actually have to work. My company has a strict no idle policy, no matter what the temperatures are, unless the truck's moving. And they're talking a minus 40 wind chill. I think I'm going to be a rebel. I'm not going to freeze to death. All right, have a great night, drivers. Be safe, stay warm. Yeah, that's the extreme cold that's going to be dropping in. It's all been building up in northern Canada this week and about to head southeast into a large part of the central and eastern U.S. AccuWeather forecasters say some changes in the pattern do begin to unfold next week. That's going to rule out some of the coldest air prior to Christmas. But there's a massive area of air in northwest Canada where you've got temperatures 20 to 30 below zero, actual air temperature, not wind chill. And it's on the way southeast. This is the mother lode of cold air, according to AccuWeather's Bernie Rayno, and I don't use that term lightly. This is going to be not only uncomfortable, but potentially dangerous across the northern plains to the Midwest. Coldest air of the season so far on the way for portions of the Midwest, dipping into the Tennessee Valley and much of the Appalachians. Minneapolis, you may not climb above zero for actual air temperatures, surrounded by overnight lows 10 to 20 below zero here by Friday night and Saturday night. The wind chills making it feel 10 to 20 degrees or more below that actual air temperature, as Bill was just saying there on the Pizza Shuttle Express. Wind chills of minus 40 in their forecast. So any exposed skin in those kind of conditions, you're talking hypothermia, frostbite in less than 30 minutes. Temperatures barely reaching the single digits for highs in Chicago come Saturday. Then we're talking well below zero by Saturday night. Wind chills in Chicago forecast to be below zero literally all weekend long. This Arctic outbreak, the upcoming and most cold blast in recent weeks have been driven by the weakening of the polar vortex, and this is just another extension of that. Guess if there's any positive light at the end of the tunnel, a bit of a moderating pattern in the week prior to Christmas. Much of that snow that comes down with these clippers may actually be melted away by that point in time. All right, we'll make it official coming up here just ahead. What day is it? Yes, one day closer to the greatest day of the week. All right, a couple of other folks checking in. How about Santa Claus? Top of the morning, Steve. 44 degrees, Sacramento, California. All right, good to have you on board. Been a while since we heard from you. Been doing a lot of traveling. Gary Montgomery, morning, Steve, and the overnight crew on this casual Friday. Let's see. Big Ed, a moment of silence for Captain Ron. Hey, it's one day closer to the greatest day of the week. I know his Wolverines are in football purgatory for the next 10 years, right? What a mess that's turned out to be. More details and pretty much everything we had unveiled prior to the end of the program last evening, where there was indeed, they released the 911 audio. The calls had gone out for a domestic dispute. That was the coach. And not exactly sure who was on the other end of the line, but an assault suicidal tendencies reported that he was suicidal, and that's ultimately led to his arrest. And what a sad scenario. All right, Kevin is on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. John Rigsby. Morning, Steve, the overnight family. Everybody be safe on the roads tonight. Happy Friday. We're going to have snow, a couple of inches here in Indianapolis tonight. All right, have a good weekend. Radar shows it's been snowing there for a few hours, right? Thanks for the update. And it's 844-844-3388. All right, we will be talking some hot shot secret products. Josh has made his way into town, Josh Steinmetz, that is, and he was kind of saying, I was a little leery about, I'm running into some snow. I knew it was coming, and I wondered about that. Ryan's supposed to be making the drive down here later this morning. As I mentioned last evening, looking to make some upgrades to the secret bunker here. Some new computer updates, if all goes according to plan. Maybe some new graphic changes you'll see for those watching on the video feed via YouTube and Facebook, Rumble. So we'll give you more on that coming up. First, a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the U.S. must lead the AI revolution, signing an executive order that shifts AI regulation to the White House and away from the states.
We want to have one central source of approval every time you make a change, and it could be a very reasonable change. You still won't get it approved if you have to go to 50 states.
He argues companies need a single national standard to innovate and compete, calling the move essential for America to beat China in the race for advanced artificial intelligence. Federal agents busted a smuggling ring tied to a Texas business for moving high-end NVIDIA computer chips to China, a major win in the tech security fight.
China's been trying to get its hands on advanced AI chips from the United States because their chips are not nearly as good as ours.
China expert Gordon Chang says Texas has seen similar operations before, noting the Chinese consulate in Houston was shut down for espionage during Trump's first term. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, hello to Buckeye Boy. Checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 34 degrees. Wow. Got back to the home 20 about 0700 after a last-minute run down to Jacksonville to give my contractor his passport and green card so we could get on to the naval base there. He had a Georgia driver's license and another ID, but they changed the entry rules, apparently, even though he was pre-approved and has been to several other bases in the past with no issues. I tried to sleep in the pickup on the way back after getting just south of Macon. I just couldn't get comfortable. So I turned on the audiobook, drove the 3 hours I had left, got home, ate a banana, hit the hay, slept till 1 o'clock in the afternoon, then loaded up for Texas. At the customer, Jacksonville was... they were extremely appreciative of what I had done to ensure their customer could see the demo unit. All right. Gonna finish the Christmas lights I was putting up when I had to head out to Jacksonville unexpectedly. All right. Very sad for Michigan football. What gets into people after they get some money and some fame? All right, nonetheless, we'll be leaving out Saturday for Texas. It's going to be a busy week. Have a great night, a better weekend. Drivers, be careful out there. And there's Jason. Good morning, passing through Parkersburg, West Virginia. 31 degrees, sprinkling, got a load of steel, headed to Houston, Texas. Be safe out there, listening family. I don't know, let's make it official there.
Well, yeah, we got to make it official. It's one day closer to the greatest day of the week.
That indeed it is.
I've been trying to keep up with all of this Michigan stuff, and it's getting weirder and weirder as it goes. The stuff here that I read on the internet, it's got to be true, right?
Right.
So you can't really tell what's going on for sure. There's so many stories out there, but they didn't come up with any charges today that I heard of, so he's still in jail. I don't know. Maybe they'll figure out something later on today, but it sounds like he was doing something with a knife, threatening somebody's life, and then to kill himself with a knife. I guess is what it is.
That's pretty much
why
what
the
I've been
police
hearing.
were called.
Correct. That, according to that, was from the 911 call.
And I think his wife shared his location with the police is how they found him. I guess he was at some church or something, from what I read.
Yeah.
But I guess his wife shared his location with the police. So I don't know. It's just getting. I wonder what the fallout's going to be with other coaches, and because it seems like it's going to be mushrooming out to other coaches too. As far as getting rid of or whatever, I don't know. Some ex-quarterback, Ohio State quarterback or something, complained about him in October.
Really?
Or something.
Now that I had.
Yeah,
seen.
but
Yeah,
there was some quarterback that said something about it back in October. I don't know if it was about his mental stability or what he was talking about. Then I read some DoorDash driver delivered a Plan B kit to his office.
Wow.
I don't know. It's getting weirder and weirder. So who was that said that their truck won't run unless they're like going down the road? Was it?
It was
Pizza Express.
Yeah, right.
That's what it was. Our trucks will idle.
Said they're not allowed to.
What's that?
The way he put it is trucks not allowed to idle. Yeah, the strict company policy when they're not moving. Strict no idle policy.
Yeah,
no matter
that's the
what
way
the
mine
temperature
is.
Really?
They will not run more than 5 minutes. Unless it's 80 degrees, it'll run all day long. But I don't know what the cold weather setting is on my truck. I know it's got to be below 40 because it'll shut off. You got to take this mandatory 30-minute break. But yet your company won't let the truck run more than 5 minutes?
Right.
How are you supposed to stay warm? It's like they really do care about you, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have the same problem. It doesn't get that cold in Florida, but it's cold enough in 30 minutes without your truck running. And I was looking at a map. It looks like there's 0% chance of getting snow in Clearwater again this year.
Go figure.
Yeah, another year. But did you get your Christmas lights up yet?
We got the trees up, the decorations. I put the decorations on the. No, I have not done anything on the exterior. And I'm thinking we're so damn close to Christmas already, and then we got this polar vortex thing. I'm not going to be hanging lights out there with the 20 below wind chill.
Well, I tried to get you out there doing it when it was nice.
I know.
And just a public service announcement. You need to leave them faucets dripping, or you're going to have problems.
Yes.
With it being this cold.
Yep.
Yeah. Both of them, kitchen and bathroom. Leave them both dripping. But I don't have a whole lot more. I guess I'll give a Semper Fi shout-out to Knuckle Buster and Donut Man. Go Blue. And do we even have any football?
I don't.
I know we got the Army-Navy game.
Yeah, I think
right?
I'd have to pull up the schedule. I don't even know. I know it's about
because they're shooting
soon to be bowl season, right?
Yeah, I don't think it starts this weekend though, and I think the playoffs start like the 20th or something, don't they?
Right. See,
I don't even know if we've got much football.
All I'm seeing right here is Army-Navy. Yeah. That's what they're showing. Army-Navy game this weekend, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Well, I appreciate you taking my call, and stay warm, and I'll talk to you on the greatest day of the week.
Thank you so much for making it official there, Cap and Ron. Let me see. All right, so the Army-Navy, I see that there. Then I'm looking, Saturday? You got Boise State in Washington. That's the SoFi Stadium there. I don't even know what bowl that is. Yeah, then starting, I guess things really kick in next week. Got a game Tuesday, couple games Wednesday, one on Thursday, three games Friday. Then we start getting down to some of the bowl stuff, the playoff stuff, when we get closer to Christmas there. What is it, Friday the 19th? You got the Alabama-Oklahoma game. Okay, so we'll start making some picks when that rolls around. Meanwhile, about 18 before the hour, I'll get to the grump here. And you had some thoughts in regards to the anti-idling thing, right?
Yep. First of all, it's guaranteed through OSHA and through the Fair Labor Board that your employer has to provide a safe work environment for you, and that includes an environment that limits bodily harm. Freezing your ass off and frostbite is bodily harm.
Mm-hmm.
And I had an argument with a former employee that years and years and years ago that I worked for, that I was going to drive a company truck for, and they said, "Well, you can't idle your truck." I said, "At what temperature?" And they said, "Anytime. We don't want you idling your truck." And I said, "Well, let me run that by my lawyer, because you're asking me basically, or telling me that you're going to fire me if I don't comply with the OSHA standards. If you don't comply with the OSHA standards." So what OSHA standards is that? It's right there in black and white if you look it up. And anyway, I had the thing taken off where I could idle my truck. Every driver out here that is threatened like that needs to contact their lawyer. First of all, I'd get a hold of OOIDA, because you're not violating a state or federal law. You're violating a company policy.
Yep.
Which I would tell them to stick it up where the sun don't shine anyway. I mean, first, if it's cold out, idle your truck. If it's hot out, run your air conditioner. Unless they're going to pay for your hotel room, I'd be on the phone to a lawyer in a damn second over that. And I would claim bodily injury just to get a class action lawsuit against their stupid ass. I mean, that is absolutely asinine for any moronic company to stand there and tell the driver, the person that they depend on for their bread and butter, that we'll fire you, number one, if you violate our policy of no idling your truck. Push your brake in, put a wheel chalk in front of it so it doesn't roll forward, and keep it like that. Just keep it neutral and let it start up and see if it shuts down like that. A lot of them will not shut off when the brake is pushed in.
Well, let's see tell me if this is correct. I got a message. Scott says, for the truckers, that your truck won't idle for more than like 5 or maybe 15 minutes, whatever they're set for. He said, all you need to do, release the tractor brake and set your trailer brake, and the computer thinks your truck's still actually driving, and it'll idle all day. But you still have to deal with the company policy, but I sure as hell ain't going to freeze all night.
Right.
Would that work?
Yes. It's not moving. They'll hook it in the GPS in the into the PeopleNet or whatever in the hell they got there for an e-log. If it shows that the truck is stationary, then the computer will go ahead and shut it off. But some, he is right though, but some are like that. But for me, I would contact the company and say, it's colder than hell out here, or it's hot. I'm idling my truck. You're going to have to fix this, or I'm going to get a class action lawsuit with every driver. In the first place I'd be calling would be the union, the closest Teamsters union around there, because it's the law is cut and dry. It is clear. I mean, you cannot create an environment. Your business cannot create an environment that will cause bodily harm to an individual, to a worker, simply because they have a policy that they believe is going to save them some damn money. Is it going to save a life? No. The people has died of hypothermia and froze to death in these damn trucks for that very reason. I mean, they kick it under the rug and go, well, let's don't talk too much about it. Nah, sue their ass. Get a bunch of drivers together and slap a lawsuit on them, because that's as sure as hell what I'd do. And I had a guy in New York one time from the Turnpike Commission. I was idling my truck, and he circled back around, come back up, and that's me and another guy was standing there, and he said, fellas, I'm gonna have to ask you to shut your trucks off. And it was like 18 degrees. I said, or what? He said, or I'm gonna have to call state police and have them write you a ticket. I said, well, then call the damn state police. And I said, call the ambulance too, because I'm gonna whoop your ass. You come back over here. I mean, that's the most idiotic thing I've ever heard in my life. They're scared to death that a damn truck is going to pump out a little bit of carbon emissions, but you look next door and you got a house with a coal-fired furnace that is standing there chugging along like a damn freight train. And now that's all right there. That's fine, but that truck can't idle. Now, I'm so damn sick and tired of that. Yeah, tell them drivers to get off their butts and just call the company the next day or whatever and say, look, this is the way it is. You're going to have to do something about this, because I am going to contact OSHA. I'm going to contact the Fair Labor Board. I'm going to contact the union, and I'm going to contact my damn lawyer. We're all going to have a little discussion about this, because I'm not freezing to death because of some jackass policy that some bruised-brained dumbass that sits in an office, that has the heat set on whatever he wants, so he can, as soon as he gets off work, he gets in that warm car that's probably company provided and drives his ass home to a big old house. It's idiotic that they expect you to get out here and earn all the damn money that supports that company, but live like you're living in a damn homeless shelter or in a box somewhere on the damn street. No, you can't idle your truck. Yeah, They'd tell me that one damn time, and it'd be they would turn mine on just to shut me up. I guarantee it. But anyway, that's all I wanted to comment on.
All right. Grump, good to hear from you, and I guarantee you when those, all the suits and ties at the companies that make those anti-idling, when they get home, it's 40 below wind chill. I guarantee the furnace is running in their house. All right, we're going to get a quick time out. We're going to slide Josh over here, chat a little bit. What's going on with Hot Shot Secret? It's been a while since Josh or Kyle, or, of course, originally Chris Gabrelchik would come in about once a month and give us an update on what's going on at Hot Shot Secret, new products. We can talk about various, whatever you want to talk about as far as products. Obviously, we need to talk about treating that diesel fuel right now. With the winter defense, the everyday diesel treatment, winter defense, you don't want to be gelled up. If your truck gels up, and you're stuck out there, miles and miles from nowhere, and you've got those, 20 below temperatures, 40 below wind chill, that could be life-threatening sort of scenarios. Just a few things we'll chat about, and of course, you got the phone lines open. I'd love to hear from some of you. Get your anybody have some endorsements? You tried a product and say, I'll be darned, that actually worked. Love to hear those kind of scenarios at 844-844-3388. We'll be back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today. on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
All righty, sliding in to microphone number 2 is one Josh Steinmetz.
Morning, Steve. How are you doing?
Doing well. How you been there, Josh? Been a while?
It's been a while. It's been busy. A lot of things going on at Hot Shot Secret, and just glad that we could make some time to come down and talk to you guys and all the listeners out there.
So, undoubtedly, it's going to get cold. It's going to get really cold.
Really cold.
Talk a little bit. Let's just start with the winter products, because at what point does your fuel begin to gel up?
It
Start there.
It really varies based on the fuel source, and a lot of times it is treated at the pump. But when you get this cold blast to come in, they don't cycle through it quick enough, or they try to cut corners, because you got to think about it from their standpoint. They're trying to save every penny, half penny, to make money on that fuel.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens a lot of times is when, you start to move different climates, especially for our guys driving over the road, they're moving different climates. And so if we're able to treat it, we know that we got it taken care of. But to answer your question, around 20 degrees, fuel can start to gel.
Okay. So you get wax crystals that start to come together?
Exactly, yeah. So when we talk about gelling, we're actually talking about the wax crystals that naturally occurs inside diesel fuel will start to combine together, creating what we call the gelling. And, it varies so much. Crude from Western Pennsylvania has a lot of wax in it, paraffin wax. So it gels a lot quicker than some of the stuff from out west where that base oil doesn't have as much wax in it.
Mm-hmm.
So it really does vary. And then also at the refinery, there's some triggers they can pull to help with that, whether it's adding an additive, it's refining out some of that wax, but there's still some that stays inside the fuel no matter what they do. So there has to be some way to, basically when we have an anti-gel, one way of taking care of that is a wax modifier. And that's what most of your products out there do, including the Hot Shot Secret EDT plus Winter Defense.
So it keeps the wax from coagulating, essentially?
Essentially, yeah. So it keeps it from into smaller wax particles, basically, so it doesn't branch out. So when the wax starts to solidify, it actually branches out, and then they start collecting together as lots of wax particles. So by our wax modifier actually keeps those tentacles essentially inside the wax particle, makes it small enough to pass through the fuel filter into the engine where it's actually being able to be burnt and used as fuel.
So a couple of years ago, we came out with the everyday diesel treatment with Winter Defense. That was a step up from what was the original. It used to be just a simple product, was just an anti-gel.
Well,
right?
It was called Diesel Winter Anti-Gel, and it always had the misconception it was just an anti-gel. It was actually a 6-in-1 or a 7-in-1 product, like the EDT plus Winter Defense.
Mm-hmm.
But we took some things we learned along the way and some things we could help improve upon. So that Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is still available. We have some customers that really like what it does, and it's tested really well. Actually, Project Farm did a YouTube video on it a year ago, and then they also did one about 6 years ago, and it came out on top of their ratings. They did not test the EDT plus Winter Defense.
Mm-hmm.
in that video, but it came in on top. And to be honest, we believe that we've made a better product with the EDT Plus Winter Defense. What we've done better there is it's got better lubricity, which is key for all these newer and older trucks with the ultra low sulfur diesel fuel messing up the pumps and injectors. But also, the product itself stays in a liquid form much lower temps. So with the guys out there putting it into their cab, doesn't freeze up and get solid as a product. Where the other product around 20 degrees, it could start gelling up itself.
Okay.
And what's really unique about a wax modifier at any anti-gel is it actually is solid at 30 degrees. That product is by itself.
Okay.
But when we put it into a mixture like that, then we can actually take care of it and make it a usable product for much, much longer.
Okay, we got to get a quick timeout. Hey, the phone lines are wide open at 844-844-3388. News break.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House says it plans to keep the oil seized from a tanker off Venezuela after the Justice Department took the vessel for transporting sanctioned crude to Iran.
The Department of Justice requested and was approved for a warrant to seize a vessel because it's a sanctioned shadow vessel known for carrying black market sanctioned oil to the IRGC.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the U.S. is following legal guidelines as it moves to forfeit the oil amid rising tensions between President Trump and Venezuela's President Maduro. A new resolution heading to the Senate floor would block senators from getting paid during future government shutdowns, and California's Alex Padilla wants the rule applied to all elected officials.
I believe that we should treat members of the House and the members of the Senate in the same way.
The move follows last fall's record shutdown when lawmakers kept their pay while federal workers and Capitol Police went without. Some are still waiting on back pay. Colorado Democratic Senator Michael Bennet is expressing his frustration over a health care stalemate.
On the same day competing plans failed in the Senate, Bennet said Americans are facing an impending health care crisis next year. He believes extending Obamacare tax credits is the best short-term solution.
This is the 11th of December. This is insane. People were supposed to be making their decisions a month ago.
He's not hopeful a breakthrough is close, saying it's on Republicans to either pitch a viable solution or vote with Democrats to extend subsidies. I'm Connor Shreve.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem faced criticism after leaving a House committee hearing early, citing a FEMA meeting that was later canceled. Democrats say she misled Congress while Republicans blocked a motion to recall her. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 646 points, the S&P 500 went up 14 points, and the Nasdaq lost 60 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help, and hear stories of strength and recovery at maketheconnection.net.
At least 6 people have been hospitalized following a powerful gas explosion and fire which rocked a Hayward, California neighborhood on Thursday morning, shaking homes and closing nearby roads. Timothy Thompson thought it was an earthquake.
I could sleep through anything and it woke me up. And it was a big boom and the house literally jumped.
Emergency crews responded to multiple damaged structures after a third-party crew hit an underground gas line during local construction. PG&E confirms the line was damaged about 2 hours prior to that blast as officials continue their investigation. A Colorado family is suing Jefferson County Public Schools after their 11-year-old daughter was assigned to share a hotel room and bed with a transgender student on a school trip. The family says the district hid the roommate's gender and denied a same-sex arrangement. The case is now before the 10th Circuit. OpenAI users will soon be able to use Disney characters on Sora.
The two companies announced a 3-year licensing deal that will allow users to generate short-form videos on the AI platform using more than 200 Disney, Marvel, Pixar, and Star Wars characters. A selection of the user-generated videos will be made available to watch on Disney+. The deal will also allow ChatGPT to create user prompt images using Disney properties. As part of the deal, Disney is making a $1 billion equity investment into OpenAI. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, another hour underway as we roll into a brand new day. Time zone to time zone, 12th day of December. Hey, greatest day of the week. It's Friday. That's the way I see it. Captain Ron loves his Mondays for some reason. All right, promise we take a quick look out at the Pacific Northwest. Big time flooding issues. A series of storms that have brought months worth of rain in a matter of days. They're talking historic flooding, mudslides in portions of western Washington. At the moment, a break from the heavy rain has started, but another fire hose of rain is going to douse the region again next week. Flooding may expand further south into Oregon and California next week. We saw as much as 1.5 feet of rain earlier this week. Many rivers at major flood stage at record high levels. As the rain tapers off, the runoff eases a bit. The rivers will be receding from Friday to Saturday. The main storm track is eased up. Rain tapering off to showers and some drizzle over much of Washington this past afternoon. So you've got pretty much now Friday to Sunday. Storms are going to be tracking a bit further north into British Columbia. But the tails of the storms are going to bring some showers to Washington, northern Idaho, northern Oregon. So a 2 or 3 day break's what you're going to see this weekend. But the resumption of heavy rain will rapidly escalate to major flooding and a high risk of mudslides again earlier next week. The period of heaviest rain may only last for a day or two in portions of Washington before shifting slowly southward into Oregon and then northern California. However, like the past week's rain in western Washington, it's going to be heavy enough to expand the flooding and the mudslide risk further to the south. The southward press of colder air is going to begin next week as well. That means snow levels are going to begin to dip, perhaps below pass levels in Washington and Oregon. All right, stormy conditions from Washington to northern and central California are likely to persist, they say, from next week. Right up to the days leading up to Christmas, believe it or not. All right, we got Hot Shot Secret in the house. Josh Steinmetz joins us this morning. Pappy chimed in. He said, Hot Shot Secret in the house. I purchased 10 bottles of your Gasoline Extreme about a year ago. Still have a few left. Works great. I also purchased 10 bottles of your gun oil for the guys on the squad for Christmas last year. And I'm going to be doing that again this year.
Better get those orders in soon now.
If you want to get it for Christmas, right? Well, yeah. Where is the cutoff? For getting things on time.
I'm not 100% sure. I was actually talking to someone this week. We typically say the 14th. Now we put in our orders. Usually go out same day or next day off our website. But you know how it is with the shipping companies. Everything just gets backed up, and I know everything I've got in the mail so far has been late this year, so we're probably on that cusp right now for guarantees at least. But being Pappy's here in Ohio and we're in Ohio, he's probably in good shape still.
Okay, all right. So yeah, well, speaking of the gun oil, that's a product that I've heard it's the best of the best. Gun owners that use it say they ain't nothing better.
Yeah, it's got the FR3 nanotechnology, and it works really well with FR3. Surprisingly, has some cleaning properties to it, and so between that, the lubricating properties, and then just some really good anti-corrosion protection we're able to put into that product. It's a complete all-in-one. So it's we consider it a CLP, so a clean, lubricate, and protect product for the gun oil.
And that's the one that comes with is like a needle nose kind of thing.
Yep, we call it the needle tip applicator, and yeah, absolutely, it makes it so easy to precisionally put it into the surface of the gun, barrel, wherever you're trying to trigger, etc., wherever you're trying to get into, and wipe it down real quick, and it works really well for that protection. I mean, for me, I put it in the safe, put a gun in the safe, and never worry about it, even with it being in the garage, So.
Okay. And that's the kind of thing that what you pretty much have to get through the website, thehotshotSecret.com.
Absolutely on that. Now, the Gasoline Extreme, we actually added it to a retailer recently. 2 weeks ago, Tractor Supply added 8 products to their selection, a couple of the same products in different sizes, and then Gasoline Extreme was one of those additions. So you can now find Gasoline Extreme almost nationwide at or the majority of the Tractor Supply locations. If it's not in stock, look for it on the shelf. They are doing like that initial order in stuff, so kind of limited quantities, but it'll get some depth there shortly once they get everything through.
Jerry just posted a few minutes ago. He said, I looked all over Kokomo, Indiana for the gas treatment. Yeah. Couldn't find it. So
Tractor Supply now is your best place to find that at.
Okay.
Across the country. Yep. Like I said, a lot of them only got a bottle or two of everything in right now. They're trying to figure out how much to have on the shelf, and so they said, we got to use the AI stuff to figure it all out. And I go, well, that's great, but we got demand for it. So be ready.
Okay.
So, but also at TSC, they also now have the EDT Plus Winter Defense. So they switched over to the new formula. They also have the Diesel Winter Rescue. So once you gelled up the D-Gel product, and one of our newer products, they took on full-time the DEF additive, the Premium Defender as well.
And that's one of the latest products that just came into the product line.
Yeah, that was, I believe, July, end of July there. We launched that after a lot of R&D time, figuring out a really good formula. Now we're doing some more additional scientific testing as well, actually working with one of the leading testing facilities in the country to actually work with them to come up with some new tests as well. But really good results from people. If you look on website or look at Amazon, look at the reviews, you can just see how well the product works for most people overall. And it's one of those things. If it's a sensor that's dirty or some crystal buildup, we're taking care of it for the most part, unless it's excessive. And then even so, it seems like more times than not, we're treating the issue, getting the guys back on the road, saving them a service call or downtime or whatever, or at least getting them to the next stop at least.
Gotcha. So hello to Ryan, the wild man.
The wild man.
Wild man. You see, I stayed up past Matlock to watch y'all tonight. Here, our question, Ryan. Are you going to be bringing the sleigh down to the secret bunker later this morning? I know you guys have been seeing the snow. It's a little bit of snow. What do we got? A dusting outside the bunker right now, but I don't know. We'll see how much adds up. Good luck with that. Hopefully they'll keep the interstates cleared, but I don't know. It may be an interesting ride for you there, Ryan.
Yeah, the last couple miles might be interesting for sure.
Have the 4-wheel drive ready to go. All right, let me see. Junior, I believe, has a question for us this Friday morning. Welcome aboard, Junior.
Hey, what's going on, Jay? Hey, I'm just saying that I don't know, I remember who was on there, but they talking about a additive for a Ford 302. Sounds like the lifters are knocking all the time. You guys was making something, or you had it going.
Yep, absolutely, yeah. So we have a product coming out actually in January. We just did a teaser video on our social media the other day with it, and yeah, it deals with the tick. Primarily, we were kind of targeting more towards the LS and Hemis, but yes, there's like you said, the 302 and the Ford Coyotes. There's some other things too. What it's doing is really deep cleaning. A lot of the small passageways in these new engines, they got a lot of things that turn on and off. That's where some of the lifter tick, at least in the LS and the Mopars are coming, but it's also lubricating very well in addition. Those two things work very well together to free up a lot of problems. So sticking rings, sticking lifters, things of that nature. But yeah, look for early January from us. Can't say too much more about it right now.
Okay, that's going to be on the website only?
Yes, for now, it'll be website. We'll get to Amazon there shortly after as well, and then also our independent dealer network too. So we got over 1,000 independent dealers out there. Yeah. You go to our website, you can look up those guys as well. On those independents, they may not have it the first week or two. They'll have to get it in and so forth. But yeah, it'll ship directly out on our website if you want it right away.
Yeah, I bought a 14. Man, that thing just ticks and ticks. Man, it's got to be something wrong with these lifters. I've never heard of something like that. And I think it was a year or two ago that I heard one of your guys on there talking about making something for it.
Yeah.
I put all kinds of stuff in there to try to clean that up, see if it'd go away, and it never did. So
yeah, it's a formula we've been working on for, I can say, at least 3 years, and 2 years real seriously. We did a lot of testing with guys. We sent out over 500 samples to people, trying to get test results back, try to understand how it's working, how to optimize the formula. We've made a few tweaks along the way, and we're actually in our final round of testing with stuff, but we felt real good about what we had to be able to launch and get out the market. But now we're going to have some additional information to be able to release as well, following up here after the initial release in January.
Yeah, I always shoot on my own truck. I always bought your stuff, but now I drive for a big green truck down south of you now, and I can't believe what they buy to put in their stuff. They don't believe in none of this stuff, I guess. Have you ever talked to them?
We have, actually, I came from the tractor pull world when he was still doing some of that stuff too. So I kind of know him a little bit personally as well, but it's all about trying to make a bottom dollar. And, there is some, a lot of different ways to run businesses, and he's got a philosophy there. It's making him some money. So that's, it works out. But, people like that we get in front of, and sometimes we change their minds too over the years. So there's a lot to be learned in the industry, and we have to do more on our side too, as well, with information and case studies, and, even some more, we just keep going after putting more and more into our R&D and our case studies for people to be able to understand the products better.
Yeah, it's amazing how many trucks last year we had filled up in our warehouse. It was amazing. I was like, golly. But yeah, like I said, I want to just know about that oil thing for 302s with it, if you ever got it made or not. So.
Yep, we're right around the corner.
I'm definitely going to do it because I put everything else in there for my gas motors now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I love your stuff. So
I appreciate that. It's real good stuff that we got coming there.
All right, Junior.
I ran out of snow, Steve.
You're out of the snow?
Yeah, I'm out of snow. I'm heading north here in Indiana now.
Okay.
That ain't doing nothing up there. High, dry roads, I think. Thank God.
There you go. All right. Well, thanks for the update, Junior. And, just keep listening in. We'll let you know when the products it's available via hotshotsecret.com. We'll get a quick 2-minute timeout here. 844-844-3388. See how that works. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems, We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, yes indeed. Junior brought up a good point there. Talking about there are individuals out there, and I've known a couple that say there's no such thing as an additive that actually works. It's all gimmicks. I don't know, snake oil. You hear from some of those. Tell us a bit about, Hot Shot Secret. I guess it started with the Stiction Eliminator originally, but the team has developed products that truly do make a difference. Do these people that don't believe in this stuff, what do you have to do to convince them?
I think it just takes something working for them, finally. They get into a solution where they're like, I'm on my last hope that, or it's a friend of a friend, basically, says, hey, I had this product work for me really, really well. You're right. We make everything we take out of that building has some unique thing to it. It's not just a commodity product. Like, that's something we will not do as a company as Hot Shot Secret. Mm-hmm. It's got to be the best of the best or some unique way of doing it and just bring some added value to our end customer. We've developed things, put things through the ringer, and doesn't make the cut. We've had products that we think we could make $1 million with, but we won't release it because it's not good enough. It's not a return back to the customer. It's not a benefit enough to make it put our stamp of approval on it, put our brand on it.
Like most products, there's you go to the store shelf and there's brand A, brand B, brand C, and they all kind of try to claim the same thing. How does Hot Shot Secret, as you said, you bring those products in and actually test them and make something that's going to be better than that?
Absolutely. So a lot of times when we're formulating a new product, or even, take our Stiction Eliminator everyday diesel treatment or even diesel extreme, we go out and we will grab new products on the shelf, grab people that's been on the market for a while, see if they made a change to their formula. Are we still the best in certain areas? So like the everyday diesel treatment, we went and looked at lubricity. There has been some changes in the marketplace. Mm-hmm. We continue to tweak that formula as things change, as new chemistry comes available, as new problems in the industry put their head forward. Is there an opportunity to add some extra value? To us, that product has to do everything. It's an all-in-one minus an anti-gel to use every single time you fill up. So right now, lubricity is key. Keeping your injectors clean is key. The cetane boost is always very helpful for MPGs and just most amount of power and return back to the customer, something they can actually make money on running. Mm-hmm. And that's where I think those experiences come forward. We couple that with the science behind the lubricity, show people that data, show them the difference between pumps that fail because it doesn't meet those lubricity specs, and then tie that in with bigger case studies where people show where they save money just on fuel economy, and then you get all these other benefits. It becomes a no-brainer. So it's really that, it does take a little bit of time to get someone into it. Someone's got to be interested. I do know on the fleet side, it is a little bit more difficult. You can't trust that the guys are putting into the fuel every single time if they're not selling it out of their truck, trying to make an extra $20. So there is a difference, but it does take a little bit for fleets to get on board. And so we've been trying to work to find better ways to make it easier, to make it a little more, off the shelf, easy for the guys to use. And so that's why you find some different sizes out there, and we come up with some different things as well. Working with some partners too to try to change how we can even add additives into the system. So
I know over the years, Chris Gabrelchik used to he'd say, you got a fleet, let me send you some product for free. You try this in a couple of trucks and see the fuel economy improvement and things like that. and then you determine you're going to get a return on your investment, right?
Right, exactly. And that's what we do a lot of times. We'll get a fleet that say, hey, let's split your fleet in half. Let's treat half of it. And then you got some consistent data. That's got to be the one part. You got to have the input information to know where you're at tracking already or have a good way to track. We do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got skin in the game. We're going to send you free product to track it, to be able to see that return on investment, and then we'll know where we're at when we get done with that.
Okay. Coming up here, I want to talk a bit about original Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, which it was designed for one particular, fuel injector that had a problem on what they call the oil side. Do they even make those engines anymore that had the oil side injectors?
Not real common anymore, but, it was one of those things where found out that product did a lot more, once we got we took care of that one cause, and then we figured out, there's a lot of other benefits people are starting to tell us about, and that's really continue to grow that product as well.
Okay, so when we come back, I'm almost up to the news break, so when we come back, I'd like to kind of delve a bit more into that. And people call and ask, they think Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is only for diesel engines. And I say, no, you can put it in your automobile as well. It's good in gas engines, diesel engines. Yeah, we'll touch on some of that. About a minute away from newsbreak, Washington State under a state of emergency with the barrage of torrential rain, rivers out of their banks, mudslides crashing down on highways, people trapped in floodwaters. Tens of thousands, they say, have been facing evacuation orders. Heavy rain continued over parts of the state Thursday morning. Road closures, water rescues, suspension of the Amtrak trains between Seattle and Vancouver. Rainfall intensity increased in several counties. In Washington's Cascade Mountains, they saw up to 6 inches of rain in a 24-hour period. One area, Snoqualmie Pass, picked up an additional 1.6 inches of rain in a mere 6 hours' time, according to the National Weather Service there. All righty, 844-844-3388 to dial us up. What's on your mind this Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the U.S. must lead the AI revolution, signing an executive order that shifts AI regulation to the White House and away from the states.
We want to have one central source of approval every time you make a change, and it could be a very reasonable change. You still won't get it approved if you have to go to 50 states.
He argues companies need a single national standard to innovate and compete, calling the move essential for America to beat China in the race for advanced artificial intelligence. Federal agents busted a smuggling ring tied to a Texas business for moving high-end NVIDIA computer chips to China, a major win in the tech security fight.
China's been trying to get its hands on advanced AI chips from the United States because their chips are not nearly as good as ours.
China expert Gordon Chang says Texas has seen similar operations before, noting the Chinese consulate in Houston was shut down for espionage during Trump's first term. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Back at it here. Where'd we leave off on a Friday morning? Say hello to Eskimo Mom. Let's get our road report. What do you got? Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday, hump day for her, whatever day. Hello, Josh. Thanks for stopping in tonight. We've got 13 days till Christmas. How about 99 days till spring? Something to look forward to. All right, finished up a gas station delivery, drop and hook at my store. Took me about 30 extra minutes to get to the store, thanks to this pesky clipper. Indiana and Kentucky are working the roads earlier tonight, but the snow and the slide-offs, it's keeping the roads passable a bit of a challenge right now. Yeah, we've got rain or wet snow, 31 degrees in Owensboro, Kentucky at this hour. Have a great weekend when you get to it. Be safe out there. All right. I kind of wondered about you, Eskimo. I didn't know if you were going to be going down into the Louisville, Lexington area tonight, because I know they're seeing some of the heavier stuff in that region. All right, Josh, we left off talking about the Hotshot Secret, the Stick Shift Eliminator. Kind of what started it all for Hotshot Secret products in general, which has grown to a monstrosity of different products. But originally designed, at the time it was, Chris would say, 9 out of 10 fuel injector diagnosed failures really weren't failing. And he developed that product to eliminate stiction.
Yeah, so it was the 6-liter Ford Power Stroke had what they call a Huey injector. So that's a hydraulic, electric actuated lifter that is fired by oil, essentially, instead of being high pressure common rail like we see today or some of the mechanical stuff of years ago. And the oil goes through very small passageways. It's in a fuel injector. It gets very, very hot on the top of the engine there, and it cooks, basically. The carbon breaks down in the oil, cooks, varnishes up the inside, and that's really sticky. And it's the friction. So it's the sticky friction, or stiction was the term they came up with. And what the product did was go in there and gently clean it away. It's not a engine flush like a lot of other products out there in the marketplace. Goes in the oil, stays in the entire time you do a regular oil change interval. You don't have to change it out early or anything like that. You know, and it also not only cleans that up, but it also lubricates at the same time. So it actually shows a reduction in wear over regular oil. Really, really unique. There's not a lot of things in the market that clean and lubricate at the same time. Everything is usually a cleaner or a lubricant, but not to do both at the same time. And to clean gently over time where it doesn't harm the engine, where your engine flushes out there can really harm the engine because it gets so dry with the cleaning process. You can actually start adding extra wear or start, you know, doing damage actually to the engine.
So somewhere down the line, the realization was, stiction is formed in in a number of places. And so thus, especially like if turbos is a place?
Absolutely. Those turbocharging bearings on the turbochargers, a lot of heat builds up there, especially when you turn off an engine that has a turbocharger. The oil sits there and cooks on the bearing, and it cooks, makes that carbon, that sticky friction again, the stiction, but also on your rings, anywhere that you see carbon build up in the engine. So, you know, there's a lot of people looking at the engine build up deposits right now, thanks to Valvoline and their Restore and Protect oil. And Hot Shot Secret's been doing it for years, safely and effectively inside engine oil, providing good clean out of engines and lubricating all at the same time.
So in automobiles as well, where do you get stiction built? You say the rings and
the
things?
rings, yeah. Anywhere where the oil touches, there will be some carbon built up over time. It doesn't happen immediately, but it's, you know, hey, I let that engine oil go maybe a couple thousand miles more than I should have, and it starts breaking down, and that carbon comes in there, and that's where we'll see a lot of that a lot of times, you know, especially in the rings and the valves and stuff like that. So anywhere where the oil touches, that stiction eliminator can go inside any engine oil, gas or diesel, conventional or synthetic or semi-synthetic, doesn't matter. It will work safely to clean out that carbon buildup in there, that stiction, provide a little extra lubrication to help quiet down lifters and, you know, anything in between. And really, it's just that safe cleanup for any engines. It's ideal for something that's got a couple thousand, you know, you get over 50,000 miles or so, it's probably a good idea to throw something in there just to give it a little clean out, try to get your vehicle working as new. It's one of those things over time, you run a vehicle and the performance starts to degrade a bit. You don't think about it. But then you put a product in there like that, it works, cleans that up a little bit, and all of a sudden you're like, hey, that was a little peppier. It doesn't seem to be vibrating as much, or, you know, something along those lines. And that's really where, you know, we don't notice it as, you know, driving our vehicle every day. But when you let things go, eventually, that's when the problems start coming. You get the repair bills and so forth. And, you know, we can help prevent that early on.
So the stiction eliminator, that's not an every oil change thing. It's like, every third oil change maybe? Or?
Yeah, yes, correct. Every third oil change. And then we actually recommend following it up with our FR3 friction reducer, which is actually inside the stiction eliminator as well. So that's part of that package for lubricating in the stiction eliminator. But then the FR3 is kind of that oil enhancer. It gives you extra lubricating properties, a little bit of cleanup properties, but also helps strengthen that oil so it doesn't break down as quick, preventing the stiction from actually happening in the first place.
Okay. All right. I had a question from one of our listeners talking about the winter defense. He said, is that product good to use in JD tractors, and does it need to be running when you add it?
So it is good. It's good in any diesel engine. So those John Deere tractors, yeah, it doesn't matter what kind of diesel engine it is. Now, to get the full protection of it, it would be good to have it run just a little bit, because what you want to do is mix the fuel up good, but also if you have any fuel that might be sitting towards, especially I'm thinking on a tractor where you got your injector pump and the injectors themselves more exposed than you do in like a normal pickup or semi. You want to get that, fuel ran through there and make sure it's got the anti-gel protection all the way down through the injectors themselves.
Okay. And where can you find the winter defense? Is that, most of the retailers? Or?
That is pretty much everywhere now. So Tractor Supply, like I said, just picked that up. Walmart is now at 3,600 locations this winter.
Okay.
So that was a new addition. So we now have our northern stores with that. O'Reilly's, AutoZone, Advanced Auto Parts. Just about everywhere, though.
All right. So that one's not hard to find.
That one's not hard to find.
Okay.
It's no longer a secret.
All right. We got, let's see, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Come on, give us a ring. I mean, I'm wondering, where's everybody at?
Yeah.
Josh said the same thing. It's awful quiet out there. Maybe Horse Feathers can give us a ring. What the hell's going on with propane? I just got a message from Larry there up in the Northeast. He said Governor Murphy in New Jersey has declared a state of emergency to an apparent propane shortage caused by some sort of a service disruption at a major distribution plant in Marcus Hook, Pennsylvania. Horse Feathers delivers propane up there in that area. The emergency goes in effect at 9 o'clock this morning, Friday morning, as temperatures continue to drop. Ensuring that every person has access to a safe, warm environment is essential, says the governor. Declaring a state of emergency to ensure the approximately 186,000 New Jerseyans that rely on propane for home heating can receive it without interruption. So this is about the hours of service. Driving for commercial vehicles transporting propane is extended from, 11 hours drive time a day to 14 hours, with 10 consecutive hours of off-duty time between the driving time, it says here. So it's first I'd heard about some sort of a major issue at a distribution plant. I'll see if I can find out more. All right, Brain Dead, there he is. Morning, Brain Dead.
Morning, Steve-O. You got any big plans for the weekend there, buddy? Besides skull busters and Christmas lights?
I guess, yeah. The princess is almost depressed. We got so far behind on getting our home decorated and whatnot, and I think I rubbed her the wrong way when I said, it's so damn close to Christmas, I don't even want to mess with putting it up. And she says, you don't have the Christmas spirit. Anyway, I think I might be putting up some lights there, Brain Dead.
You know what I'll be doing? I'll be hauling the groceries. So, hey, Josh.
Hey.
So, Steve, you do kind of get used to getting into the doghouse because Dingbat's still mad at me from what happened over this past summer. So, needless to say, I'm slowly digging my way out. Because do you remember back when the Powerball was like $1.5 billion?
Sure.
Remember that back this past summer?
I played it a few times. Yeah.
Well, she needed to get a pack of cigarettes, and I told her go into the smoke shop here, and I scanned the ticket waiting on her, and we won $2, but I didn't tell her that part. So I was trying to convince her to go drive to Little Rock, because we live in Arkansas. Just drive to Little Rock, and we cash in the ticket. And I told her that we won the Powerball. And I've never seen somebody's eyes lit up so big in my life, it wasn't even funny. And then she's like, we won. I said, yeah, we won $2, but we won the Powerball. So you kind of get used to the doghouse.
Oh, boy.
But, yeah, I know. But I guess you heard the NASCAR Trial of the Century is over with. Did you hear about all of this?
No. Give me the scoop.
Oh, yeah. I was getting ready to chime in listening to another day of testimony and whatnot, and they came out and said there's a settlement. And I got to listening to it, and Richard Childress testified that he does not own Richard Childress Racing no more. He sold. Things were so bad. He sold off 60% to a private equity firm, and he's looking to sell out the other 30%. And that equity firm is looking to sell out to a whole 100% to another private investment firm. And do you know who Johnny Morris is, Steve?
Doesn't ring a bell.
The owner of Bass Pro Shops.
Oh, really?
That's
Okay.
Johnny Morris.
Okay.
That Johnny Morris, I believe, pushed this settlement through. He wrote a 9-page letter to Jim French. And I mean, if you get a chance to read it, he's slamming Jim French pretty damn hard. He literally called for the removal of Steve Phelps.
Wow.
Pretty much. And he's a big time money in this. I mean, you look at it, he's sponsoring 2 NASCAR Cup teams, plus I think like 2 or 3 the Xfinity teams, and several of the races. So he's got some deep pockets here, and you know, deep pockets pay attention. But I also think that some of the media and the sponsors got tired of the circus going around. So and plus too, before, during all this, Hendrick and Penske even wrote letters to say that this is a flawed system, will not work, do not push it through. And I saw an article where Jeff Gordon said that they shouldn't have signed it. There's no reason why they should have signed it. I'm like, well, hello, what did you sign it for? Why didn't all the teams stand up and say, hey, this is a bad deal. We do not want this. We're not signing for this. You want your series to run this upcoming year. We ain't moving. Because when you think about it, it's at the beginning of September. How quick do you think the NASCAR could put together 36 cars with sponsors and drivers?
Right.
It won't happen overnight. So, but now one of the things that did come out, and I did see this, and it makes sense. Now, you know the other golf series, not the PGA Tour, but the Live Series, the Saudis.
Right.
Why NASCAR sold up all of those tracks with SMI and ISC, and anywhere they run is to keep the Saudis out. They are so scared to death that the Saudis would have come in there and said, okay, Richard Childress, we'll give you like $80 million for your team, and you could do this, this, and this, and, you know, you see where the money's coming from, because when they started that Live Tour, they were literally just handing out money hand over fist.
Mm-hmm.
So with this deal now, they renegotiated all the charters, and NASCAR said, okay, you want permanent charters? You got permanent charters. You got more revenue sharing? You got more revenue sharing. Pretty much the teams got what they wanted. And I find it kind of funny, though, that Jim French and Michael Jordan are having this press conference out on the steps of the courthouse like, hey, you know what? We're just long-lost buddies. We just had a simple little argument, a little disagreement. You know, we're not going to truly worry about it. So at least this part is behind because the only people that were actually winning were the attorneys. The fans, like myself, were the ones that were losing in all of this.
Yeah. All right.
So,
well, you kind of called it. You said NASCAR needed to make a settlement ASAP, and they did. Yeah.
Yeah, and it wasn't looking good with all the testimony going around, because Jim France hit the stand and he's like, well, I don't remember this. I don't remember this. I don't remember this. And the judge says, well, you ought to remember something because you're the ones that made the decisions.
Right.
So by the way, did you hear that the L's are going on strike? You know the L's up there in the North Pole are unionized. You know that.
I realize that. Yeah, another union dispute, huh?
Yeah. They're going on strike because of the emissions from the reindeer. I give up, Steve, with that whole unionizing the reindeer up there. But Josh, you have a good Christmas. Steve, you have a good Christmas. I don't talk to you again. Y'all have a good one.
Hey, thank you much for checking in there, Brain Dead. I got an email from Pappy. You told him if you're going to get it before Christmas, you better get your order in. Yeah, he sends me a copy. Thank you for your order. It's been received. So, yeah, December 12th. So we got, 10 bottles of the Nano Gun Oil. Then he got a couple extra bottles of the Gasoline Extreme. There you go.
Kept the lights on tonight at Hot Shot Secret.
There you go. And, Pappy, I hope you remember to use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. They got you 10% off your order, right? Surely he would remember that.
I'm sure he did. If not, email me. We'll take care of it.
All right, who we got on board? I'm not seeing a name on this line. Who we got?
Scooby or Grimes. Scooby, I call you every once in a while.
Yeah, what's going on,
I call
Scoob?
in every once in a while there.
Yeah.
I got a 2010 Dodge 3500. It's got the Cummins in it. And I don't drive it all that. Matter of fact, a 2010, it's got 90,000 miles on it. So I don't drive it a whole lot. What do you recommend me putting in that thing?
Just the everyday diesel treatment or the EDT Plus Winter Defense. Both have a fuel stabilizer in it.
Hang on. Okay, right. I want to write this down. So just say it one more time, Eric. Try not to wreck while I'm in the snow.
Yep. The EDT or the EDT Plus Winter Defense, either one.
Okay, ED. Okay, ED
That's
Plus,
everyday diesel treatment.
Winter.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So either one, and you can use the winter one all year round, especially since you don't drive it a lot. So you got the bottle open, use it, all year. It doesn't matter.
Yep.
It just costs you a little more. But if you got the bottle open and you want to use it up, by all means, you can do that. But that's got a fuel stabilizer in it, plus all the other good stuff, so that'll keep the fuel from, going bad. As far as diesel actually goes bad like gasoline. Plus, it's got a water demulsifier in it to help take care of any moisture that might happen. The rust and corrosion inhibitor in there as well, plus all the performance goodies.
The truck. I bought the truck from a gentleman, and he gave me. He wanted me to put something in it for the lift. I think it's the lifters or something. It's and I really couldn't tell you what the product is, but I do know it starts with a K. If that gives you any idea.
It's not ringing a bell for me right now, but the FR3 would work.
But I only use. He said put it in there when you put fuel in it.
Oh, when you put
fuel.
So
he said just.
Okay, so
just put it in there when you throw a little bit of fuel in it. I'm not sure as I could. You think I would know, but I just know what it looks like, and I just buy it.
Gotcha.
I put it in there every so often. I don't do it every time, just because. He said something is for like the oil or something. Maybe the diesel doesn't have enough oil in it. Maybe that's what he was telling me to put it in there for.
Yeah, after you said for the what you said there, he's talking about the fuel lubricity itself. So the diesel fuel lacks the amount of lubricity we'd like to see at the pump. So the EDT once again has in that lubricity additive. So really it's that all in one for you. We do recommend putting it in every single tank because, it treats the actual fuel. It's not like it sits in the tank there and it gets used up over multiple fill-ups. So it's real good to treat your fuel every single time for that lubricity. Also, since you're not running a lot, to keep that fuel conditioned, ready to go, and, just help protect the entire, fuel system.
Okay, I'll go out in the store and buy it. That way I don't have to wait on it from the shipping.
Absolutely.
And I'll try Walmart. I got a Tractor Supply down the street, but they seem to be a little higher on everything I go in there to buy. How about Royal King? Do y'all do anything with them?
We do. They carry the EDT and Stiction Eliminator FR3 and Diesel Extreme, but they do not have the Winter Defense in there yet.
Okay. So the winter defense is what I'm looking for when I put that in there. That'd be,
I would go that route since we're getting this cold snap right now, and you say you don't drive it a lot, so you got a good chance of having some summer fuel in there, and just be good to throw that in there. Then you're covered basically. You can use, like I said, you can use it all year round without any issue. Just because it says winter defense doesn't mean you can't use it. Summertime as well.
I leave it in the garage anyway. I keep it in the garage, so it's
gotcha.
If I wouldn't freeze, but it's better to have it because you never know when you go. Say if I go driving out, come Sunday, it's going to be below zero or right there at it. And my son's got a diesel too, and that's what I've been trying to tell him. He needs to treat his because his diesel sits outside.
And the other thing about that product as well is it's got that cetane booster in there, and cetane's just not about power, but that also helps it crank better in the wintertime too. Because the higher the cetane number, the quicker the engine can actually crank over, because there's no spark plug or anything else to start the engine. It's actually that cetane that helps the fuel actually ignite.
I've seen y'all over there when I went to see Steve Summers at the truck show, but I didn't have the truck. The last time I went, I didn't have the truck. I was going to talk to y'all, but I'm looking forward to seeing you again see y'all next year. I'll talk to you.
Right.
All right.
Sounds great.
Will you plan to be there?
I do try to plan on being there this year. It's been a couple years for me since I've been there.
Well, Hot Shot Secret's going to be there, that's for sure.
That's
and
for
I
sure.
believe plans are that Steve Summers is supposed to be there. I hope to be.
Yep, you'll be there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you all very much.
All right, Scooby. Have a great weekend. Stay warm, right? All right, guys. See, Grump's going to chime in here. The CNI dog is on board, and room for you at 844-844-3388. I had a couple from the email bag, I do believe, here. Who else chimed in here? Good morning, 5-7. Copy the mail, go Navy. Hey, your game's this week, man. The Army-Navy game coming your way. Hello to Sneakers. Says, I got my order. Hot Shot Secret today. Thank you very much. Thanks for supporting the program, supporting the product, and as Josh said, keeping the lights on. All right, so we'll get our news break in here. Again, rolling into a Friday, and it's 844-844-3388. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the U.S. must lead the AI revolution, signing an executive order that shifts AI regulation to the White House and away from the states.
We want to have one central source of approval every time you make a change, and it could be a very reasonable change. You still won't get it approved if you have to go to 50 states.
He argues companies need a single national standard to innovate and compete, calling the move essential for America to beat China in the race for advanced artificial intelligence. Federal agents busted a smuggling ring tied to a Texas business for moving high-end NVIDIA computer chips to China, a major win in the tech security fight.
China's been trying to get its hands on advanced AI chips from the United States because their chips are not nearly as good as ours.
China expert Gordon Chang says Texas has seen similar operations before, noting the Chinese consulate in Houston was shut down for espionage during Trump's first term. Dozens of infants across the U.S. may have contracted botulism from tainted baby formula.
The FDA says as of Wednesday, the outbreak includes at least 51 infants across 19 states with suspected or confirmed botulism who were exposed to By Heart Whole Nutrition infant formula. Federal health officials say the company's products may have been tainted since March of 2022. The By Heart baby formula company announced a voluntary recall last month. The baby formula had been distributed nationwide and internationally, both online and in stores. Multiple families of the babies who have gotten sick from consuming the product are suing the company. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
President Trump is defending his economic record, calling Democrats' claims of affordability crisis a hoax, despite a new poll showing that he has a 31% approval rating. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 646 points, the S&P 500 went up 14 points, and the Nasdaq lost 60 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
MyPillow CEO Mike Lindell is running for Minnesota governor in 2026, aiming for the Republican nomination against Democrat Tim Walz. Lindell is a longtime Trump ally and emphasizes election integrity, property tax cuts, education reform, and stricter immigration policies.
I want you to know that I will stand for you as the next governor of the state of Minnesota.
He enters a crowded GOP primary while Walz seeks a third term. Police are identifying the DUI suspect accused of plowing into 8 Anaheim high school track athletes.
27-year-old Anthony Alva Palafox, an Anaheim resident, is accused of driving under the influence of both alcohol and drugs. He was taken to a hospital for injuries he suffered in Wednesday afternoon's collision. The track athletes, who were on a practice run at the time, were hit while waiting at a red light. Initial reports said 3 of them were hospitalized in critical condition. The Anaheim Police Department now says 7 of the students were taken to hospitals, but none have life-threatening injuries. I'm Daniel Martindale.
Archaeologists say a discovery in eastern England proves the earliest known instance of a human-created fire.
The discovery was made at a 400,000-year-old site in Barnum, Suffolk. Results of the study were published in the journal Nature on Wednesday. The artifacts are 350,000 years older than previous evidence of fire-making in northern France. Officials believe it's unlikely the first instances of fire-making started in Barnum, but they say it's hard to find evidence that survives that long. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, back at it, another hour just like that. Rolling into a Friday. Yeah, you say you just got your Christmas tree up as well?
Yeah, just out of the box. It's not decorated or anything yet. Just kind of got it out of the basement.
What are you running so far behind for?
The whole month of November, I was traveling for work. We went out to the SEMA and Apex show out there in Vegas, and then I had a week at a leadership conference in San Diego, and a couple other little trips in between there. And before you know it, it's good old December.
Yep. So right now they got the big PRI going on in Indianapolis, right?
That's correct. Yeah. So the Performance Racing Industry Show have Crazy Horse truck there, which is the I don't know the exact title. It's the world's fastest in its category. So powered with Hot Shot Secret fluids and a really impressive all-wheel drive diesel drag truck.
So that's in the booth there.
That's in the
Hot
booth,
Shot Secret
yes.
booth. Now, Kyle had posted the other day, I guess there's tons of autograph sessions and stuff taking place at the booth for PRI. That's all about the racing community, right?
It is, yeah. So, the diesel drag racing we do, the truck and tractor pulling we do, the other drag racing and some of the other, smaller series that we support as well. And we have a couple drivers in the booth most of the time throughout the day, signing autographs and meeting their fans, and also go there and learn about the products and see how we can help support the race community as well.
Did I understand correctly when I went to the website? It said you have to be like a member of PRI to attend.
You do, yeah.
It's not like open to the general public.
It kind of is, but yeah, it does require a small membership. I think it's $20 or $40, something like that, to become a member of PRI.
So would that be kind of like your admission fee if you're not a member?
If you're not a member, yes.
Okay, so they get you to join.
Yep.
I understand. Yep. Okay, and that runs. It started yesterday. This is Friday and Saturday.
And Saturday, yes.
Indianapolis. So obviously Kyle's there, and who all's up there? Got the
Matt's
whole crew
there. Vanessa, who's new on the event team, and then Lindsay as well.
Okay.
Yep.
Where's your brother at this weekend?
Oh, he's there as well.
He's there too. Okay.
Yeah. Did I forget him? I don't know. I think that's all of them, but
Okay.
I don't keep it all straight anymore. It's a crazy schedule for everyone.
Yeah. All right. So it looks like it's a pretty big event.
It's a very big event. It fills up the convention center, and then they actually spill over to the football stadium over there as well.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay. Race fans in Indy this weekend. Surprise, surprise. What do you say, Grump?
Yeah. I just wanted to, I use this stuff religiously, man. Especially the anti-gels. The first cold snap we had, I was up in Nebraska. It got down about 0, and I start, a week before it gets cold, and I start doping my tanks with this, gradually, and then work my way up to where the full dosage of it and stuff. And I'm standing there, and this guy, I'm at the fuel pumps, and I'll put it in and put some fuel on top of it, get it mixed up real good. And this idiot walks by and he taps the pump and he points at it and he says, good for 10 degrees. It was like 12 degrees out. He said, they treat this down 10 degrees. You're wasting money. I said, well, tell the damn record driver that, genius, when he comes bringing you back in here. And I said, you don't know what the hell they've done to these, how much they've got in here. And well, that's what they say. I said, yeah, well, you can believe that and everything on the internet too, I guess. But, what got me convinced about this stuff was, I used to run Alaska a lot, and hell, it'd be 35, 40 below zero up there, you know, and you'd be up on the Hall Road or something going up Prudhoe Bay or somewhere like that. And you know, I always have doped my tanks up real good, and that's without using number one diesel. You know, a lot of guys up there, they just use, you know, straight number one, and then they'll still have to put a little anti-gel in, but never had an issue, not one. And I was talking to a guy one time about it, and he said, I generally use the cheap stuff. It's all the same. And I said, you're out of your mind. I said, you know, just flip the bottle around, and I want anybody to do that. Flip the bottle around, take a look at it, and see how much of that product it takes to treat their diesel fuel down to minus 40. And that's what Hot Shot Secret's good for, minus 40. That's where it's been tested at. And I know for a fact that it's good to that. But when you got guys that they're so naive, they just pick it up anti-gel. It works, dump it in their tanks, you know, and away they go. It might be 10 above, you know, it might be rated at that for 150 gallons at 10 above. If you want it more than that, then, you know, get your wallet out and start buying bottles of that stuff to put in on top of it, because that's generally what you have to do. I mean, I like the 16-ounce bottles. I usually buy a case of that every year and then buy more bottles as I need them. But it's never failed, not one time. And I refuse to use any of the other brands or anything like that, because it's no need. I know exactly how that stuff works and how well it is. And you know, like I said, I'm a true believer in it. The gun oil, all that, I'm with you there too. I'm an avid shooter, and you just get used to using what works. And you get a lot of people that they don't understand, you know, how much they've got there, you know, and what it takes to keep your truck moving. And when you just start dumping anything in your damn tanks, you're taking your life in your own hands and gelling up somewhere like, you know, going across Wyoming or something like that, and you know, that high wind and stuff. And it just, you know, use what works, and Hot Shot Secret's always worked, never failed me yet. So I'm gonna stick with it, brother. But that's about all I got, Steve. Just want to talk a little bit about that and tell Josh that, you know, that you know, guys need to start doping their tanks, you know, days before. And before it's cold snap, and I do it in the summertime too, because you're not going to find a better water dispersant than Hot Shot Secret, I don't think. And then, you know, the anti-gel, and you know, I think Josh made a point there that you can use it any time, and I do. I mean, it's just you know, if I think I've got a little bit of moisture in my tanks, and these engines are going to draw moisture, that's a fact. They're going to draw some moisture. Just dump it in your tanks and start getting rid of that moisture, and check your filters. That's where it's going to start gelling up at in your filters. And first, you know, when you start seeing the paraffin and stuff logging up in the filters, that's when change your filters and dope it up good. Yep.
All righty, Grub.
Trailer here.
All right. Well, yeah, thank you for chiming in. That's a good endorsement for Hot Shot Secrets. And hey, touch on, because I got a bottle of the Diesel Winter Rescue there, which, if you do run into a problem and you find yourself, is it the filter that's going to gel up primarily, or
usually it's the filter first, especially on the semi trucks. We do see the Duramax has a little bit more of a fuel line problem because of where the lines run around the outside of the frame rail. But typically it's at the fuel filter, and what we do with that product is actually dump out some of the diesel fuel that's gelled up, put the Diesel Winter Rescue in there, and then you can dump the rest
actually in the filter.
In the filter.
Okay.
And what that's going to do is thaw out that filter right away, and also when the fuel starts flowing just a little bit, it'll start working its way towards the engine. That way as well, if there's anything froze up towards the engine side. And then we recommend dumping the rest of it in the tank. That way you kind of work on if there's anything gelled up in the tank or in the lines going from the fuel filter or from the tank to the fuel filter as well.
So, and that, if I'm trying to remember, that was designed really just to kind of get your stuff flowing.
And see it flowing. It's not a prevention, and that's what a lot of people use. There's a competitive product out there, the 911 stuff. You know, the products are very similar. there's not a lot of advanced chemistry involved, but it's something we need for diesel fuel systems. That's why we offer it. What we do better is we actually add extra lubricity to it, because that is a very dry process to degel fuel. So we make sure we have a lot of lubricity in the product to help alleviate that issue once it's cured up. But then you need to go back and use an anti-gel because you can gel back up again.
That's what I thought, somewhere down the line, I think Chris said, this is going to get you rolling to get to your next, but you've got to get the anti-gel in there.
And you got to, and the anti-gel cannot thaw out gel fuel. So that's where some people go, well, that's a junk product. It doesn't work. Well, it wasn't a junk product. The fuel was already gelled up or past the cloud point. And once the fuel's to that point where it looks cloudy, putting anti-gel in it isn't enough because it's already to the point where the wax is starting to show.
Okay.
In the fuel.
So if it was treated so that it works, it wouldn't have gelled up if it had the anti-gel in it previously.
Correct.
Interesting. That's why they say treat your fuel before it gets cold.
Before it gets cold. So, and a lot of, if you think about it, you don't want to fill up, go sit your 8 hours or whatever in the truck stop, and then put the anti-gel in the morning, because now the fuel's cold. When it comes up out of the ground, the fuel's warm to the point where it's still liquid, but let it sit out in the tanks overnight, and all of a sudden we're starting to gel up or get to that cloud point, and we're not real effective at affecting that wax size.
And I'm kind of reflecting back. I hear the rescue. If you've got that in an outside, like a box, does that kind of cloud up itself?
No, that product will be fine, but it is the anti-gel stuff that will start clouding up if it's an outside box. So
you're looking at that and you're saying, how's this going to actually?
But it works. But it works in the fuel.
It's a chemical reaction.
It's a chemical reaction in the fuel. Yes.
So the anti-gel may look cloudy and trying to gel, but when it hits the diesel fuel,
as long as it's not like thick, it will work inside the diesel fuel. The chemical reaction will start to happen. But if it's froze salad, you're going to need a fresh bottle to start out with, or warm it up. If you just warm the product up a little bit, get it warm again, give it a shake,
it'll thaw right out,
and then go back in solution and work just fine.
Interesting. I think he told the story about pulled a bottle of the anti-gel and it was froze. It's like, how in the heck is this going to do anything to help my fuel?
Right. It's a tough thing to explain to people but what makes our product really unique, the last caller there was he's kind of referring to it as, if you look at the amount of treatment rate and so forth, that cost per treated gallon is really effective with our products. There's not filler in there and so forth, where a lot of these guys put a lot of solvent and other kind of fillers in there, and it won't freeze up. The anti-gel won't freeze up as quickly, but you're paying for all that filler in your bottle. So like our 16-ounce bottle treats up to 200 gallons of the anti-gel. The competition product, it treats 40.
Wow.
Big difference,
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, C&I Dog. Hey, we got you in 2, followed by John, and room for you at 844-844-3388.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, I promised we'd get to the CNI dog. What do you say, dog? Good morning.
Good morning. I started using Hot Shot Secret in my Ford Mustang. I put a lot of miles on that Mustang. I actually talked to Chris. You remember when you released the Blue Diamond oil back in the day, Hot Shot Secret? I think the Stiction Limiter had written on the bottle for diesel at the time. And I talked to Chris live on the phone, and he told me, no, you can put that in a gasoline car. So if you're listening out there, you can put it in your car, and it works great. I put a lot of miles on that Mustang, and then I sold it when I bought my Dodge Challenger RT, and about 6 years after I sold that car, I saw it on 294 driving down the highway passing me. I know it was my car because I slightly modified it with a hood scoop and dual exhaust. So it's still on the road. As far as he's talking about a lifter check, Dodges are kind of famous for the clicking noises. But when I put that in there, I do not hear abnormal engine noise. Okay, it just sounds like a regular engine running. I got it in my car now. I put it in there. I ran the car until it started to snow, and now it's sitting in the garage in my car. And I'll change it out, in the spring. I got a question for you, Josh. The Chevy Vega back in the day had problems with oil and I don't know if it's pumps or the passages or the design of the oil. If back in the day Hot Shot Secret was created, do you think the Chevy Vega, if it ran it on a regular basis, do you think that motor would have lasted a lot longer?
I would think so. I'd have to understand the root cause better. But if it was gummed up passageways, which kind of sounds like it might have been, but I'm not as familiar with that particular engine issue. That definitely would have took care of it. But, it's understanding the root cause, and that's why that new product we got for the lifter tick, we really addressed the root cause of the issue and was able to kind of optimize our formula that we've used between FR3, Stiction Eliminator, and some others, magic in between, basically, some other unique chemistry we came across that made sense, that kind of worked in that engine after doing a lot of testing. Like we tested first the Stiction FR3 to understand how those dealt with the issue, and then continue that testing onward to help kind of dial in the product to make it something that would work long term in that kind of engine. So I do believe, to answer your question, that probably would make a difference. I just don't understand the root cause enough to say definitively if that would fix the issue or not.
Yes, because they were talking like that engine, the oil would turn to sludge, but I don't know. If anybody's out there that's got an old Chevy Vega, give that a try. See if you can give Steve a call at 844-3388. Let us know what you think. All right, guys. I'll enjoy the show. Thank you, Josh, for coming out.
Hey,
Steve.
Good to hear from you. CNI Dog, have a good morning. Yeah, Chevy Vega. That's going back in the...
It's predating me a little bit.
Funny thing is, I can remember Bob Barker gave away Vegas on The Price is Right. A brand new car. People were excited about a Vega, the all-new Chevy Vega. Oh, boy, memories. I see what John has on his mind. I believe it's John. What's happening?
Good morning. Yeah, great advice. The truck drivers of the backboard of America. I have truck drivers who wouldn't have anything on our tables. Kitchen tables. The food and everything. God bless truck drivers. And good information. So their lines don't get gelled up. Especially the ones to drive. Like I watch like the truck drivers in Alaska. It's just amazing. Yeah, the hot shot. I remember seeing the hot shot. We were kids, when they had the Idlebrock, they had, back in the day with Hollies, Holly carburetors and Idlebrock headers and all that, the hot shot. And go back to the Vega. I think my parents had that Vega, back in the day. Like I said, Price is Right cars were what, like $5,000 back then?
Yep.
I just want to mention something here. I'm not politically on either side here, but when I hear, let's say, I have praise for Republicans and I have praise for Democrats. Okay, but let's look at the facts here. A high-ranking Republican wants to blame the Democrats for inflation. Okay, let's go back to COVID-19. Okay, when COVID-19 came out. Who issued all the stimulus checks? Okay, the stimulus checks, the Coronavirus Relief and Economic Security Act, the CARES Act, where there's $2.2 trillion economic stimulus bill was signed by Donald Trump. Okay.
Well, there was a first stimulus when Trump was in office, and I believe there were two subsequent stimulus issues after that, and yes, those were all in the trillions of dollars. And ultimately, you can point fingers of blame. Who's to blame for inflation? But that's a different topic for a different day. All right, John, I thank you for the call, though. Yeah, I got your number here, and I appreciate you trying to see both sides of the aisle. But hey, we'll move on there. Hello to Terry, who says, I've been using Hot Shot Secrets in my 2019 2500 HD since I drove it off the lot brand new. EDT and EDT plus winter defense, stick shit eliminator, and now the new diesel exhaust fluid treatment. I get 24 miles per gallon. Thank you, Josh and Steve. All right, very good.
That's pretty impressive for a heavy-duty truck.
Yeah. Let's see. Gary said all the Vega now have a small or big block in them. I guess they're on the drag strips, right? If there's anything left out there.
Yeah. Probably some LS swaps in there as well.
Yeah, right. All righty, we got a news break here. We'll come back with more. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the U.S. must lead the AI revolution, signing an executive order that shifts AI regulation to the White House and away from the states.
We want to have one central source of approval every time you make a change, and it could be a very reasonable change. You still won't get it approved if you have to go to 50 states.
He argues companies need a single national standard to innovate and compete, calling the move essential for America to beat China in the race for advanced artificial intelligence. Federal agents busted a smuggling ring tied to a Texas business for moving high-end NVIDIA computer chips to China, a major win in the tech security fight.
China's been trying to get its hands on advanced AI chips from the United States because their chips are not nearly as good as ours.
China expert Gordon Chang says Texas has seen similar operations before, noting the Chinese consulate in Houston was shut down for espionage during Trump's first term. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care, and here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are part of healthcare sharing now because it just makes so much sense right now. And MediShare is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. MediShare has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. Call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. It's 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here. Where did we leave off? Somebody brought up the Vega. And Michael said, remember the AMC Gremlin. You remember the Gremlins? No?
No. I'm showing my age.
Well, you're young.
Yeah.
That means I'm old. Uh-oh. Yeah, I guess one of the brothers or sisters of the Gremlin was known as the AMC Hornet, which was my first car. AMC Hornet. That thing was like a tank. I think it had what do they call it? A straight six?
Mm-hmm.
Straight six. It was actually my father-in-law's brother's car. He got all he could get out of it. He just gave it to me. It's like it was worth $50 or something. But yeah, that's hey, that was the vehicle I got to take the princess on our first date in.
Magical car.
You had to have the prop rod because the hatchback shocks didn't work, and to prop it up every time. Yeah, that was my first. Remember, what was your first car?
It was a 93 Mercury Villager minivan. Yes. It was wore out well enough that the parents didn't care what happened to it at that point.
Yep. All right. That's a hand-me-down.
Hand-me-down got me to and from work, though, so I was happy for it.
That's what counts.
Yes.
All right, let's head up to the Jack of Diamonds on a Friday morning. Hi there.
Hey, Steve. Want to thank the gentleman there from Hot Shot Secrets for sponsoring the show. Been a long-time listener. Love you, Steve. It was way back, and even your followers. My dad listened to your dad back in the day, and I did when I first started driving. And, listen to you and whenever you got on the air and have for years. But thanks, sir, for sponsoring him. It's a great show, and it's really good for the trucking community out here. But the question that I've got is, have you guys experimented any with General Motors V8 engines? They've had issues. Supposedly they got them fixed now, but for several, quite a few years, the 5.3s and the 6.2s have had some issues that pertains to the V8s that'll shut themselves down to 4-cylinder. And I didn't know if you guys have dealt with any of that or not because of your products.
Yeah, that's actually part of that root cause of that lifter tick product that we were talking about earlier here on the show. So in early January, we'll be releasing oil additive. And what that actually does is it replaces a quart of oil. So you'll actually be able to, if you take 6 quarts of oil, you put 5 quarts of your favorite regular oil in there, and then add a quart of this product in there as well. And what we're doing is we're helping to lubricate a lot of the things in there and also doing some cleaning at the same time. And those two things together have been pretty key to the longevity of those engines. Now, the 6.2, I do believe they now recommend the 0W40 for it as an oil weight. And that's to help with giving a little extra lubrication protection. So as you get your oil a little bit fatter, the more you have that cushion, basically. So viscosity is how we figure out how much cushion we have for clearances around all the different parts, including the pistons and everything else.
Is the FR3, is it a good, it's okay to run it in one of those, like a 5.3 Chevy engine that's got, it's in that time frame. I've got one of those. I've been running it for quite a while now. The FR3, whatever good in it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it seems to work good with it, but I didn't know if you all tested that or not on that. And another question I have is stiction eliminator. Do you need to use that with an engine that does not have a turbocharger?
It still cleans up the rings and stuff like that inside the engine. So there's some benefit to using it. Now, I would say it doesn't need used quite as often. So, maybe you get up around 40,000 miles plus. I'm not sure where you're currently at. Run it one time, but then use the FR3. And, we say, use FR3 for 2 oil changes, go back to stiction. You could probably go a little bit longer in between there. It's just kind of a general recommendation. We don't know how dirty things are, what your routine is. There's a lot of variables, but we're kind of giving some general overall advice.
Okay, and then January is when your new product comes out. So, would you advise switching from FR3 then to a new product?
I would
for that engine.
I would for that engine. It really is was for the LS and now LTs and the Hemis and stuff is really where we're seeing. And what we've really kind of done is we've taken what we've done for years and years with our other oil additives, added some new technology that's available out there, which, we look at those oil additives and make slight modifications where we can. But what we're able to do with this is really target in some of those issues that we're having. So dropping the cylinders is a big point. Well, when you drop those cylinders, the oil flow stops. it's just like a turbocharger that at that point where that hot bearing is, you got hot spots in the engine. It causes a lot of stiction, that carbon buildup. So we're able to help treat that now with this new product. The FR3 and Stiction was doing a decent job at it. We're just able to kind of target in even better with that product.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks. Appreciate it, Ted.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for checking in this summer up and around the Indianapolis area. And the 812, that's Indy, isn't it? 812 area code? I think it is.
Might be.
All right, Jack of Diamonds. So what's the deal? You got an 8-cylinder, so what, you get up to highway speed or something, 4 of the cylinders stop firing? Is that to, get better fuel economy or
It's
something?
all about fuel economy, so it's to help make some of these fuel economy standards. Also the stop-starts, I don't know if your vehicle has that on as well.
Yes. I hate it.
And so you think about it, your oil flow stops. That oil then gets hot and starts cooking and starts the carbon process, and all of a sudden you got engines that are sludged up more. And you look at your owner's manual, it says go 7, 8, 10,000 miles on the oil. It's like, if it's stopping and starting all the time, that's pretty rough on an engine, on the oil, I should say.
Okay.
And you know what I'm saying? It can go south in a hurry.
I'm glad
that oil
I've
breaks
got the
down.
button. I can push the button
You can
and
push
turn
the
it
button,
off.
yeah.
And I hate that stop-start thing.
And I got the complete opposite. I actually have a hybrid as my normal driver, my daily driver to work. And so it turns off all the time. But I do know what they do is they actually push the oil through with some electric pumps. But they don't typically do that with a lot of the stop-start technology.
Okay. So, I was going to ask, the old traditional, 3 months, 3,000 miles. You go into a valve and oil change or whatever, and they're going to give you that sticker that's, so I'm 3,000 miles past the sticker number. I'm supposed to get my oil changed at 9,000. I'm at 12. Now, so I'm about 6,000. I'm pretty much due for a change because the book says 7.
Okay, yep.
And we're using semi-synthetic oil these days.
Right.
It's 3 months, 3,000 isn't the go-to anymore with the newer cars.
It's not so much anymore, but a lot of it's about how you drive. Do you make short trips? Do you make highway miles? There's all different kinds of use factors. And the only way you really know is if we take an oil analysis. And then we can test it in the lab, see what happened during the last cycle and go, yeah, you know what, Steve, you went 6,000 miles. It looks like it was a little rough. Let's back it down to 5. Or we might go, Steve, we looked at your oil. It looks great. Either keep doing it or you might be able to extend it out another 1,000 miles or so. We retest again, understand where it goes.
So that's, oil analysis. That's something you guys handle there at Lubrication Specialties as well.
It is. We actually use a third-party lab for it, but we get the results back, and then our tribologists, which are our R&D guys, look at it and give recommendations based on that information.
And for those not familiar, when you're looking at oil, you're looking at what chemical composition. If you start to see one chemical or another, we
look for a lot of different things. So we look for trace metals, which are wear metals. We look for coolant in the oil. We look for the viscosity of it. We look for water, fuel dilution. We're doing all these different things, and we're looking at oil can stay as good as long as it's in grade. It's still clean enough that it's effective. It's where it's not making additional wear. And if there's not too much fuel or water in it as well. If those things are met, we can continue to use the oil. Now, we also look at things like TBN, which is a total base number. It's kind of like the acidity of the oil. So you get to a point where it's gone too far. You got to either boost it back up or time to change the oil. So a couple things we got to look at, but we kind of keep things in balance. I like to think of oil as much different than fuel. Oil is like baking almost. It's more of a science. There's a careful balance. You can't put too much of one thing in and not enough of another. It's got to be a real careful balance so you're able to keep that oil in check, in spec, and meet the performance of your engine.
So for the regular old automobile driver like me, not really necessary to do oil analysis, but for the people driving the big rigs, that is something they really need to do, is it not?
It is. It's one of those things you can actually save a lot of money in the long run. We start to see things go bad before you know it's bad. So we start seeing a coolant leak. We go, hey, you got an oil cooler might be, passing through, or a head gasket. Take a look at those two things. If we start to see, we might see some bearing material. Okay, it's probably getting close to needing an overhaul done, or we can look at, do we think we're going too long in oil change intervals and we're getting excessive wear, or is it, we might see fuel dilution. Oh, you might have an injector issue, so there's a lot of things we can catch early on and do small repairs instead of those costly overhauls and complete engine teardowns.
Saves you time, saves you money.
Absolutely.
Okay. And if I was interested in learning more about that, where do you just go to the website?
Just go to the website. There's a whole section oil analysis on the website.
Okay. On a Friday, what kind of bull-loney we got this morning, Knuckle Buster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers, and happy Friday to you. And who's your co-host this morning?
That would be Josh Steinmetz from Hot Shot Secret.
Okay. Morning, Mr. Josh. Well, it's Tina owned a Vega when we first met back in 1980. I sold that thing and gave her my 1974 Chevy Nova there. Nova means in Spanish won't run, right? But I didn't have no problems out of it running. Well, I went to Walmart yesterday, and they had all kinds of diesel products from Hot Shot Secrets down there on the bottom, but I didn't see any of the gas products other than Stabile, so I might have to go talk to the manager of that department there, right?
Yep, they took a lot more stuff, but the gasoline extreme was not on their list.
The gas was not.
It was not.
Yep. Okay. Well, I got a 2015 Ford F-150 right now, and I go by what the info system on the pickup tells me. I'm past the number on the stickers they put in the window, but I still have 25% of oil life left on the driver's assistance program. So, Steve, on the big rigs, you can trick your truck into running instead of doing that 3-minute idle shutdown there.
Yeah.
All you got to do is play with it. I stock my wheels and tires, or leave the truck brakes, leave the trailer brakes engaged, but then bump your idle up, and it'll allow it to run. Now, some companies have got that cut off where you can't do that either. So every company is different. But if you got a converter on your truck, I turn my microwave on, and it will trip the opt idle to the battery mode. Now, it'll sit there and run forever and ever trying to get them batteries charged back up. So, but it don't take long to trip it either there. So, well, I read today that Lane Kiffin's going to let 5 LSU assistants return to Ole Miss for playoff runs, see? Well, the beer bottles are going to be flying next year, too. I hope they stay in Baton Rouge there, but Ole Miss's SEC opener is against LSU on September the 19th of 2026. You think Lane's going to get a warm welcome when he comes back up there to Oxford?
Oh, boy.
Yep. This gross habit could reduce your risk of old-timer's disease by 37%, according to the experts. Well, I just want to know what they're thinking. They're saying instead of stopping to smell the flowers, scientists suggest you stop and smell your parts, see?
Really?
Yep. They said the hydrogen sulfide will help protect your aging brain cells from old-timer's disease.
Oh, boy. Who comes up with this
my
stuff?
My daughter's marrying a scientist there December 27th, but he don't come up with none of that garbage there either. So that's just crazy. Well, let's get that simplified shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, all my Marine Corps brothers and sisters, Mr. Steve Summers and Mr. Josh as well. Y'all buy some Stabile products, Hot Shot Secret products, some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products, and y'all call Steve at 844-844-3388. And Steve, I almost got arrested by a female cop.
Almost?
She told me anything I say can and will be held against me. You know what I told her, Steve?
Boobs.
Her boobs, that's right. She let me go after that one time.
I got you. I know your line of thinking there, Knuckle Buster. All right. Anything you say can and will be held against you. Boom. Didn't take me long to figure that one out. All right, Philip's on board here. We'll get you coming up into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, after which plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, jump back into it here. Head on down to the Sunshine State, where I guarantee it ain't snowing this morning. But hey, what do you say, Philip?
Oh, it ain't snowing. Morning, Josh. Morning, Steve. No, it ain't snowing down here. We're about 43 right now, I think, is what it's looking like on the little Honda here.
It's chilly.
It's a little chilly for us. How y'all doing?
Doing well. Got a little snow outside the secret bunker.
Oh, my. Well, been there, done that. Played in that mess, and that's why I'm back down here again. I moved back down here in 2002, so I lived up in Illinois for 10 years.
Yeah.
So I know I played in that mess with the truck and the cars, and y'all can have it. Don't take no offense to it, but that's pretty much how I am. Hey, Josh, I'm pretty proud of you guys' stuff. I mean, I've used it over the years in my little Honda here. I'm driving the Honda today. I've got a newer car that I drive to Disney now. I work for Disney, Josh. I drive a big monorail train. You ever seen those before?
Mm-hmm.
I've been doing that for about 15 years. Before that, I drove trucks. But with this little Honda, I've used a lot of the Hot Shot products with it. I've said it on here before. I've got 50 miles to the gallon with this little car before. But you brought up a valid point that it is all about driving and how you drive. I mean, the product essentially give me about 4 to 5 miles more per gallon with the all running all the products and the fuel and the oil and whatnot. But a lot of it is your driving. Are you pretty much in agreement with that, sir?
Absolutely. Like I said, I have that hybrid, and I can swing it 6 to 8 miles to a gallon pretty quickly if I want to lay into it or not.
Yeah, I noticed though, I run 0-20 in this little thing, and all my stuff is the same pretty much. It's factory. I keep everything. The only thing is I run Mobil 1 oil. But the oil analysis, what you were talking about earlier, if you're really on top of your vehicle and you use it a lot, and I mean, I got 386,000 miles on this little car.
Wow.
And you can get all that performance and watch it and stuff. And this car here, the way it's set up is about every 10,000 miles, it wants you to change oil. I got a program in it, kind of like what Knucklebuster was just talking about there with his truck. With the Hyundai, I don't have that. You know, I have to keep track of it on my phone, and I keep track of it with my notes on my phone. But with this Honda, though, the Hot Shot gas treatment did really good. I did the Stiction Eliminator to start with. I cleaned the motor out like what Chris told me years ago to do. He said, clean the motor out first, then use the FR3. I used it, and it did good. And I got about 4 to 5 miles more per gallon with just that's paying attention to my driving. If I didn't pay attention to my driving, I probably could have realistically got about 3 miles more per gallon. You know, but these little cars, I mean, the Asian cars will do what they need for you to do, and on the high mileage. But the 0-20 oil, and I think it's Toyota has went down to, is it 0-40, Josh, is what Toyota's went to now?
Well, it's actually a 0.8, so they got a 0.12 and a 0.8. So the smaller that number, the lighter the oil is actually. So that 0.40 would actually be thicker oil, but either 0.8 or 0.12, 0.16s as well out there. We've actually had 0.0 in the lab, messing around with some stuff. It's like pouring water. You're like, this isn't oil anymore. It's really thin. It's amazing. It provides any protection.
Yeah, it is. You know, I've heard about all the low viscosities now, and I was like, I had 0.20 in this. When I saw that, when I first did the oil change in this car myself, I was like, you got to be kidding me. 0.20 oil, you know, because I was back in the days, you know, 10.30, 5.30. I thought 5.30 was light. And then, you remember back in the day, man, we run 20.50. I don't know. Did you ever run any of that, Josh?
I didn't, but, you know, I grew up on a farm and everything was 15.40. And then 10.30 for the gas vehicles, you know?
Yeah, you know, I seen the 0.20 and about flipped, but when you see what it does, it works. I always tended to go to Mobil 1 with this one because it seemed like to me with the synthetic oil, the Mobil 1 always seemed like to be the better of the deal. I mean, with my other car, I'm having to run the Quaker State in it because that's what the manufacturer suggests. But you guys are making your own oil pretty much too now, right, Josh?
That is true. But we got to pause there though because we're up to the tie. Hang in there. Back after this.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House says it plans to keep the oil seized from a tanker off Venezuela after the Justice Department took the vessel for transporting sanctioned crude to Iran.
The Department of Justice requested and was approved for a warrant to seize a vessel because it's a sanctioned shadow vessel known for carrying black market sanctioned oil to the IRGC.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the U.S. is following legal guidelines as it moves to forfeit the oil amid rising tensions between President Trump and Venezuela's President Maduro. A new resolution heading to the Senate floor would block senators from getting paid during future government shutdowns, and California's Alex Padilla wants the rule applied to all elected officials.
I believe that we should treat members of the House and the members of the Senate in the same way.
The move follows last fall's record shutdown when lawmakers kept their pay while federal workers and Capitol Police went without. Some are still waiting on back pay. Colorado Democratic Senator Michael Bennett is expressing his frustration over a health care stalemate.
On the same day competing plans failed in the Senate, Bennett said Americans are facing an impending health care crisis next year. He believes extending Obamacare tax credits is the best short-term solution.
This is the 11th of December. This is insane. People were supposed to be making their decisions a month ago.
He's not hopeful a breakthrough is close, saying it's on Republicans to either pitch a viable solution or vote with Democrats to extend subsidies. I'm Connor Shreve.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem faced criticism after leaving a House committee hearing early, citing a FEMA meeting that was later canceled. Democrats say she misled Congress while Republicans blocked a motion to recall her. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 646 points, the S&P 500 went up 14 points, and the Nasdaq lost 60 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
At least 6 people have been hospitalized following a powerful gas explosion and fire, which rocked a Hayward, California neighborhood on Thursday morning, shaking homes and closing nearby roads. Timothy Thompson thought it was an earthquake.
I could sleep through anything, and it woke me up. And it was a big boom, and the house jumped, literally jumped.
Emergency crews responded to multiple damaged structures after a third-party crew hit an underground gas line during local construction. PG&E confirms the line was damaged about 2 hours prior to that blast as officials continue their investigation. A Colorado family is suing Jefferson County Public Schools after their 11-year-old daughter was assigned to share a hotel room and bed with a transgender student on a school trip. The family says the district hid the roommate's gender and denied a same-sex arrangement. The case is now before the 10th Circuit. OpenAI users will soon be able to use Disney characters on Sora.
The two companies announced a 3-year licensing deal that will allow users to generate short-form videos on the AI platform using more than 200 Disney, Marvel, Pixar, and Star Wars characters. A selection of the user-generated videos will be made available to watch on Disney+. The deal will also allow ChatGPT to create user prompt images using Disney properties. As part of the deal, Disney is making a $1 billion equity investment into OpenAI. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, it looks like we've officially crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Hey, it's a Friday. You all ready for Christmas? So I guess we have what? We've got this weekend and next. We've got two shopping weekends left. If recent years hold true, that last weekend before Christmas suddenly becomes some of the biggest shopping days of the year. Does anybody go to the mall anymore? Nope. Do you even have a mall that exists? We had one, Northgate Mall, pretty much empty. I don't know. There's 2 or 3, stores still open in there, and a few kiosks. Had a really big mall out there off of I-275. That's being torn down right now. Another out in Eastgate. It's being taken. Yeah. Malls are gone, aren't they?
Yeah, ours became like a community center basically. So they got some local shops in there and a food court, but they're converting it to like all sorts of different spaces. And actually, interesting enough, the hospital took over the one part of it, and they keep rehabbing parts of the mall to become part of the hospital.
Wow.
It's actually kind of nice, though. They're using the building at least and not just tearing it down.
It's amazing how times change. I guess online shopping, is that what killed the mall?
I think so.
Yeah. Amazon. Where we leave off there? All right, back to Philip. Here we were talking about that thin oil and whatnot. Welcome back, Philip.
Yeah, I've been using it for years in this little thing I got, but you're talking about malls. I live real close to Sanford, Florida, and they got a big mall there, and they just copped a deal with Costco, and they're going to build a Costco in part of the mall. And then we have another mall that's over in Oviedo, Florida. They're talking about taking the parking lot out and turning it into condos and utilizing the space for living space, and then keeping the mall there for doing different things. I think the brick and mortar stuff is down a lot because of the online stuff. And then you have places like where I'm at right now, getting ready to go to work at Walmart too. I work here too as well, Josh. It's hard to compete with that kind of stuff anymore with the mall and stuff, and people got to save money nowadays, and I think that's a lot of it. Steve, what's your opinion about it?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, you can do the big box store with everything under one roof. Clothing shopping, electronic shopping, anything you need all under one. Automotive parts, it's all there.
Yes. Hey, Josh, have you guys been working a lot more with O'Reilly's?
We have been. They're really good partner. I work with our buyer there quite a bit on a regular basis. They're a really good company to work with. But yeah, what's your question about O'Reilly's?
Well, I know I talked to them before. They said if something wasn't at O'Reilly's, I could, go to them and they could order it from you guys. I mean, I just pretty much, when I buy your product, I buy it online. I like you guys' online setup and the way you've got everything with all the discounts and whatnot. But I haven't, have y'all tried to get into like Advanced or AutoZone or anything like that?
Yeah, they both carry the the most popular products for us. They actually both expanded quite a bit in the last couple of years. So they'll carry, FR3, stiction eliminator, actually various sizes of stiction eliminator, I believe at AutoZone, and then the Diesel Extreme EDT. Now down in Florida, we actually have Gasoline Extreme at select AutoZone locations as well.
Oh, fantastic. I'll have to check them out because, I usually buy the package deal like you guys have on your website. You get the Gasoline Extreme, you get the FR3 and the stiction eliminator, and then also you have, I think, a package that has, I bought one time that had the shift restore on it, which I've used the shift restore on my transmission before with this little Honda. I don't know if y'all have talked about the problems that these companies have with their transmission, and you got to use the certain fluid they've got, and a lot of people don't keep up on that. With this Honda, I have been fighting it for years because they use that DW1, and it has just went through the roof at the dealerships, and that's the only place you can really get it at that's, a good formula. Have y'all tried to experiment with transmission fluid and making it?
We do make some. It's more towards the pickup market, to be honest, where the core of our customers are at. Not to say there's not always an interest. I'll take that back. You said that's DW1?
Yeah, DW1. Honda made it in they made this fluid for this transmission. That a lot of the Civics have it. I believe the Accords use it as well. If you go to some other variant of it, they will not warrant, which obviously my car's out of warranty, but on some of the cars, they won't warranty it if you don't use their transmission fluid. Right. But at the dealership, the last time I went to get fluid for this car, I called the dealerships. It was $15 a quart for this fluid. And I ended up going around to different dealerships, and that's something else that people don't take into account when you call a dealership to buy certain fluids for your car. They jack the prices up on that pretty extravagant. And I called around to about 5 different dealerships around my area, and I finally went over to Daytona Beach and got it over there for $8 a quart. But some of the dealerships, it was $15, $17. Some of them, it was $13 a quart. And, this thing only takes 3 quarts of fluid. It ain't that much. But, when you're on a budget and you're trying to save as much money as you can, you want to try, $17 a quart for a fluid is kind of expensive as far as transmission fluid. Now, I know your oils sometimes can be as much as that, right, Josh? Is it pretty up there?
It's up there. A lot of the things, if you look at it from a quart standpoint, it's between $10 and $20. It just depends on what the fluid is. We'd probably be up in that range, to be honest, but we're also probably a higher grade base oil to start out with as well, more times than not.
Yeah, I had talked to Chris one time about putting your premium oil in this thing, and he said they were still in the process of getting the 020. Yeah. But he told me if they ever went to it, that I needed to get there's a filtration system that you guys sell that you can pull the oil out and, like you said, get it analyzed, and then you can see if you really need to change it or not. You can get more longevity out of your money. Is that correct? Y'all still sell that?
That is correct. And actually, we're going to launch this spring a Hot Shot Secret branded filter as well. It does that same technology, so it's actually called Franz Filter. It's a company from the 50s and 60s, and they originally used toilet paper, Scott's 1000 rolls, as the filter media.
Really?
And today we still use a paper media. We have a synthetic and then a paper, but it's wound tighter than today's toilet paper. It also doesn't have the cuts and perforations in it, so it allows for better filtration. So we get that wear particle down to 2 microns. Your normal, full flow oil filter, it's on an engine, anywhere between 15 and 25 microns typically is where that filters out to. So able to bring that down. And a lot of your wear microns, they say, happens between the 2 and 10 micron range. So that startup where you get happens there. But we actually do have a 0W20 now oil. It's called our Red Diamond, and that's for the gasoline engines. So it meets most of the specs that you need, including the Dexos specification as well, which wouldn't be for your particular car, but for anyone that's got a GM out there that's listening, would meet that spec. It is a full synthetic Group 3. What Chris was referring to was what we call a Group 4 PAO synthetic. We don't offer that in the gas line because not a lot of guys are going to take the time and money and effort to put on a bypass filtration system like that. So I know where you're coming from. We can definitely still filter that oil, but it's probably not going to get the true long drain intervals just because it's going to shear out of grade where that PAO will stay in grade longer.
I keep on top of my stuff. I try to. Like I said, 386,000 miles on a car. That's not usually common, but these Condas have done 500,000 and 600,000. There are guys out there with 9 gens like mine that have got that kind of mileage. Mm-hmm. And are you still sponsoring a lot of the drag racing events, like say down at Bradenton, FL2K, and things like that, Josh?
We are. So we primarily do the 2 diesel drag racing series, Outlaw Diesel Super Series here on the East Coast, and there's NHRDA out on the West Coast, and then we'll do some one-off events as well. I don't remember exactly which ones we did, but it sounds right to me, but it's just not clicking a bell 100% if we're still involved with that event completely or if it fell off. A lot of times when our calendar starts booking up, we'll do the series first, basically cover those things, and then when we got open weekends, we love to support those other ones. Sometimes we'll do some small sponsorship, but then a lot of times we want to be actually involved, with the event if we're going to sponsor it as well.
Well, I appreciate what you've done. I've been to a lot of the events that you sponsored down here, down at Buffalo and at Bradenton, and I appreciate what y'all do for those racers. I know y'all have given them product and helped them out financially, and I appreciate that. And I'm going to let you guys go. I know you got more folks that want to talk to Josh, so y'all have a good day. Thanks for having me.
Hey, Philip, great to hear from you. All right. Yeah, so he works. Yeah, it works at Mickey Mouse most of the week. Fridays, he does the Walmart thing. Then he only gets like one night off. Then he's back to the old grind. It's a short weekend. Mm-hmm. All right, email from who's that? Hello, Shorty. How we doing? He said, Steve, the RV additive works great in our four-wheelers. Me and Bambi are usually on the road for 4 to 6 weeks before home time. We live in Tennessee. The yard is in Georgia. So our vehicle sets in Georgia for like 4 to 6 weeks at a time. And Chris said years ago that use the RV additive in our fuel, and it's worked great for years. So thank you to Hot Shot Secret for keeping the show going. So what's the RV additive? What's that? Because RVs tend to sit a lot longer.
Exactly. So it's for those that sit and then they go for short period of time. So we got the fuel stabilizer in there to keep the fuel from going bad. And then we got some PEA injector cleaner in there, so cleaning out the injectors, add lubricity back to the fuel. Plus, we take care of the moisture as well.
Okay.
So kind of that all in one. So, yeah, like I said, great for the ATVs, four-wheelers, all that stuff, but also use it in your lawnmower. I use it every single tank. I don't care. As soon as I get a tank back from the fuel station, it gets RV gas treatment in it right away.
How about that? Okay. I don't remember that conversation with you there, Shorty. So, learn something new this morning. Let's see what's going on with the some sort of a propane shortage. What's happening there, Horse Feathers?
I don't know. I was waiting for you to tell me. I mean, we got one refinery here, Marcus Hook, Pennsylvania, that had some issues here for the last 3 weeks, but I don't know if they're affecting that much into Jersey, or because I heard you talking about the Jersey.
Yeah,
field,
and
what's your report on that?
I did a quick search myself. They said the details on the propane disruption, a power outage at a major gas refinery distribution plant. Marcus Hook is the one near Philly. Disrupted the propane flow, leading to a shortage for New Jersey residents and businesses, prompting the declaration of an emergency. The refinery, it says, is running intermittently, causing ongoing supply issues.
Yeah, it's definitely going intermittently, but I was just there myself. I was in and out in an hour. Normally, I'm in and out in 45 minutes. So, I mean, it all depends on the time of day you go, and as you say, they got their schedule of when they're open and when they're closed with the repairs they're trying to do. They had a control room issue, and actually one of the employees there, I don't know if it was a contractor or one of their own employees, got some pretty serious injuries, and but wasn't a fatality at least. But they've been shut down sometimes for up to 24 hours. So it's off and on, kind of hit or miss whether you get there. And a lot of times before I go, I call, make sure they're open before I even make the ride that way. But I haven't been denied a load yet out of any time I've gone. So I think they're kind of playing it up a little bit. But the thing is that all this gas is all on allocation. So these buyers, that's actually one of the cheapest places. They sell it the cheapest out of pretty much all the locations there in the southern part of Jersey, Philadelphia area, northern Delaware. So all these places want to get it cheap and sell it high, and so if there's an issue, they don't have the allocations to go to another facility which doesn't have anybody sitting at it, or they don't want to pay the trucks to haul it an extra hour road. There's some other places that are an hour or two away, and for another hour or two of transportation charges, they could actually get their product moving, and probably just as fast a time or even faster, depending on if you're sitting in line or waiting for the other refinery to come back online for the day that there's after they've been shut down for 12 hours or 24 hours, whatever it is that they were down for. But now throw it out there and let us start running whenever we want. I'm looking forward to it. I like making my schedule on my schedule instead of around what DOT tells us we have to do it in. So I'll take it if they give it to us. But you said it's just New Jersey so far, then, no, correct?
That is correct. Yeah. So you don't haul in. You don't haul into Jersey, though, right?
I occasionally take a few loads to cross the Delaware River, but for the most part, my map is pretty much blue. The Delaware River just becomes the East American Ocean there, So anyways, that's kind of about what we got for that.
Yeah.
I was going to say, for Josh, good to have him on the air here. I can't remember if we've ever had a face-to-face meeting or not. I know we've had some good conversations on the phone, but anyways, the one thing that I always keep pushing for people is the Never Rust lubricant. Because I tell you what, I haven't found a spray that will break rusted parts free in any better way of doing it than maybe using a cutting torch and cutting them apart. But and people ask me, they say, well, how would you describe the Never Rust lubricant? And I say, well, you take the best penetrating oil out there on the market you can think of, whether it's that one that is in the yellow labeled can with the red letters on it, or that water displacement can, or whatever, but that was really not a penetrating oil, if we kind of know about it. But anyways, you take your best penetrating oil, and you add, if you got a 5 gallons of that, if you add about a half a gallon of snot to it, and it makes the stuff work pretty good. I don't know what your secret ingredient. I don't know if your secret ingredient is really snot, but whatever it is, I'll tell you what. I've used it to get a lot of things loose that I know a lot of other stuff wouldn't even touch. So that's kind of my thing. And Philip just mentioned the shift restore there for the automatic transmissions, and if anybody's even thinking they got an issue with their transmission, the shift restore is definitely something I've had good luck with, and you know, I'm one of those ones that you talk about automatic transmissions and should you or shouldn't you, and I've always been on the side that if the automatic transmission's working fine on its own, not to mess with it. So I've always been one to never change the fluid, never change the filter. But yeah, as I say, I haven't hesitated to add some shift restore to it, and take and make things work a little better. But yeah, as long as I don't know. I don't like. I found that automatic transmissions, once they get happy with what they got in them, unless you start right out in the very beginning changing fluids and filters and do it on a regular basis, and me and Steve being the two leading candidates to be the president of the procrastinators clubs, and neither one of us has gotten around to nominate either one of us, so I don't know if it'll ever happen or not.
Right.
But I know I would never change my oil and filter in the fluid and filter in the automatic transmission on a regular basis enough. So I just, as I say, I've gotten to the point I've always just kind of decided just to leave it the way it is and not be messing with it. But yeah, those are my kind of two things that I kind of throw out there, when people are, talking about what Hot Shot Secret has and that. And I guess my question for the stiction eliminator for them is there a time you don't want to use it? And I'll pose this because my main vehicles there, I think my newest on-highway vehicle is my F350, which is an 89, and of course that's got the 460 in it there, because they wouldn't want anything to conserve fuel or anything of that nature. And it has somewhere in the neighborhood of, I have not a clue how many miles, and it does have a leak in front main seal. Now, it doesn't leak terrible bad that I'm ready to do anything about it, but it does have the driveway drips. I mean, you can't park it somewhere and, get away with saying you weren't there because, it leaves its mark wherever it goes. Now, if I was to put the stiction eliminator in there, and with how good a job cleaning it is, would it take all the gunk and garbage and clean up around that seal that's leaking and can actually possibly make it leak worse?
You're right on to it, and that's the thing sometimes with that kind of thing is you could actually make it worse. So there's kind of two situations where I wouldn't use the oil additives. Number one is brand new. We want the engine to break in because both the stiction and the FR3 have a friction reducer in there. So we want to actually break in first. So we want to wait about 10,000 miles, at least the first oil change before we, add an oil additive to it. The other would be like you were explaining with something that's got a seal, it's already going bad. While the additives doesn't really affect the seal, it's cleaning up around them potentially that can, start making things leak a little worse than they once were. So it's probably a good case where I wouldn't use the product there.
He asked me that question a few weeks ago, and I said, you know what? I don't know the answer, and so there you go. That is... All right, hey, Mike, we got to get a news break. Yeah, we'll return after this. Send your heat waves. I guess he ran out of cell. It's 844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the U.S. must lead the AI revolution, signing an executive order that shifts AI regulation to the White House and away from the states.
We want to have one central source of approval every time you make a change, and it could be a very reasonable change. You still won't get it approved if you have to go to 50 states.
He argues companies need a single national standard to innovate and compete, calling the move essential for America to beat China in the race for advanced artificial intelligence. Federal agents busted a smuggling ring tied to a Texas business for moving high-end NVIDIA computer chips to China, a major win in the tech security fight.
China's been trying to get its hands on advanced AI chips from the United States because their chips are not nearly as good as ours.
China expert Gordon Chang says Texas has seen similar operations before, noting the Chinese consulate in Houston was shut down for espionage during Trump's first term. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care, and here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are part of healthcare sharing now because it just makes so much sense right now. And MediShare is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. MediShare has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. Call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. It's 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, rolling into a casual Friday, as we like to refer to it. the greatest day of the week. All right, welcome back, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks for holding me over there, Your Honor. So, yeah, I guess to finish up real quick, to thank Josh and Hot Shot Secrets and everybody there for all they do to support me through the year, and our big thing we do on Mother's Day and for Make-A-Wish, and wish everybody there at Hot Shot Secret a Merry Christmas. I mean, at some point we got to try to get out there and visit everybody. But yeah, so no, thanks again for that. And of course, I always talk you guys up as much as I can wherever I'm out and about. And so I don't know, we'll all make something work out here, something good. So, but I don't know. Other than that, that's about all we got going for you. And I guess we'll have to check back in Monday morning there with whatever it is you and the AccuWeather gods are sending us for Sunday morning. I don't know. It ain't sounding real pretty out here.
But they're saying you may get your first taste of old man winter, first, I guess, accumulating snow. You hadn't really seen much yet, have you?
Yeah. No, we haven't had anything. We've had a dusting across, but not enough to even be worried about that we didn't let the sunshine take care of. But other than that, I guess we'll let you all go. And hey, got to remember, Casual Friday. Casual Friday don't mean drive naked.
All right. Thank you there, Horse Feathers. Have a good morning. All right, a Friday, so that clears lines out at 844-3388. We were going to get to the new product came out like back in the summer. You've got something for diesel exhaust fluid. What's that supposed to do, and how's it going to help you?
So a lot of the newer trucks with the emission systems use what they call diesel exhaust fluid to help with reducing emissions. And it's made up of water and urea. The urea crystallizes eventually, kind of comes out of solution because it's such highly saturated within the diesel exhaust fluid for its effectiveness. And people start to get code errors, go into limp mode, etc. So what the product does is it helps with, first off, cleaning up any crystals you have. So we're able to use a chemical to help soften those crystals and then let the water help actually dissolve them back into solution so they're able to be used in the system. And the water itself, we're able to make a little wetter, essentially. And that also helps clean up the crystallization. But before that even happens, if you use it from get-go, from brand new, we're preventing those crystals from even happening. Able to help control the surface tension of the water that's in the fluid so it doesn't evaporate. Helps with some lubricity in the pumps and injectors as well in that DEF system. But really, it's just kind of one of those maintenance products. It's to take standard diesel exhaust fluid and turn it into a premium product that's going to be more shelf stable, give you less issues with all the injectors and all the codes and all the sensors and all the other baloney the EPA has us put on these trucks.
Now, does that have anything to do with the cold weather?
It does have a little bit of freeze protection in there as well, so we lower the freeze point of the DEF.
Because, I mean, somewhere down the line here in recent weeks, there's been legislation introduced about if your diesel exhaust fluid's not working properly, your truck goes into limp mode,
yep.
And then it could possibly even shut down completely.
Right. There's some trucks it's after like 10 startups, it's no longer goes, or it derates at a certain level, and now you're down to driving 20 miles an hour, to get to your next stop or get it towed and so forth. So yeah, there's a lot of things changing in that landscape. I think how it derates and how we have a little more time and a little more grace for everyone to get to their get their business done. But I don't believe, based on what I've seen in all the legislation, is we're getting rid of any of these emission systems. We're just making a little more common sense and letting the guys do what they need to do, get home, get to their family, get their job done for the day, and not take away a paycheck from them because we're sitting on the side of the road because we had a sensor fail.
I think the gelling point or the freezing point for the DEF, it's not that low. And so, I mean, obviously people in the northern tier with these sub-zero temperatures are going to be doing a lot of issues with that.
Yeah, well, if I remember, it's around 15 degrees. Now, in most of these systems, they actually have a heater in the DEF tank that warms it up. And so there's some grace period allowed by the EPA to get that moving again and be able to treat the exhaust fluid. or the exhaust itself with the diesel exhaust fluid. So there's some things in there, but by lowering that freeze point, it's an added benefit. I actually had one of my sponsor racers called me and said, hey, I got a family trip planned to Michigan this weekend. And guess what I found out? My heater in my DEF tank's not working. What does this product do? How does it work? So I explained it, how it works, how it lowers the freeze point a couple degrees. He goes, you know what? I think we'll be good to go. We're going to dose a little heavier than we recommend. And we're going to lower that freeze point a little bit more to kind of get to that freeze point, tipping point for him. So hopefully he can get to and from his vacation with his family safe and sound.
Okay. So, yeah, I think it was representative out of Wyoming that said, hearing from her drivers out there in really cold temperatures, stuck on the side of the road because the truck went into limp mode or derated down to. All right. Meanwhile, what do we got? 844-844-3388. Anything new on the horizon? What's in the box coming up in new products down the line?
Oh, there's a list of about 50 things, to be honest, but a lot of it is around stuff for fluids, basically. Some of your more functional type fluids, but have a little bit of advantage to it. So some oils that help meet some new things that are coming out. Some items for some farm construction equipment stuff like that. So I can't go too far into detail. They won't let me come back on the show if I go too far down the road.
Oh, so trade secrets.
Trade secrets, you might say a little bit. But
working on things.
Working on some things. Working on some other. Keep looking at what's happening with the renewable diesel out there, but not the biodiesel. But you got that renewable stuff, especially in the West Coast.
Okay.
That's refined a little bit more like diesel fuel. So it's got some of its own inherent issues. So looking to see how additives affect it that's currently out there, what's coming up on the marketplace, what new technologies are coming out that we can help.
Is that what they call the synthetic diesel?
It is kind of like a synthetic diesel, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's known as like R99 out in California. I guess there's, I believe, Iowa and maybe even Illinois, I believe has some as well. But it's making its way a little farther over here to the East Coast, but just trying to understand how that all works. And, there's different problems. Like it might have, and I can't remember for sure, I believe the lubricity is good in it, but there's issues with some of the freeze point, some moisture and some stuff like that. So how we can treat it and what we have to do is different than traditional diesel fuel.
Okay. Biodiesel, is that still being blended?
It is
around the country?
It is. Pretty heavy usage overall. I think there's varying degrees of what's happening with that a little bit. Biodiesel, its issues are moisture and a lower freeze point. It starts to gel up. It gels a lot differently than diesel fuel does. It's more of a solid wax almost because of the fatty, material that's used to refine it. And it depends on what kind of feedstock is used for that as well, as how that gel occurs and how quickly it occurs.
Is anti-gel, the standard anti-gel, does that work in the biodiesel stuff?
It helps up to a B20, so 20% biodiesel.
Yeah.
After that, we got to go to something else. And there's not a lot of good chemicals out there that actually help with that biodiesel gelling. It's just a limitation of chemistry and science at this point.
Do you know what's a typical bio blend for places? I mean, obviously
most is like 5%.
Okay, so
yeah, most states are like 5%. Now you might see some places says this is a B20 or this is a that. There are specialty pumps across the country too for B100. Some people want to run that as well, but that's more of a very specialized thing, you might say, versus the north.
So I got the big company Christmas party Saturday night.
I got to make the trek all the way back up to Mount Gilead.
What's everybody do there? It's some farm or something?
Yeah, it's called Flying Horse Farms. It's actually a camp for kids that Well, a lot of different, usually it's some sort of medical issue they might have. So they have certain days where, campers can't, have issues with their immune system. So they clean the place really well, and they do special things for that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a chance for kids to be able to come out and kind of have a normal week at a camp and do that thing. So, but we do the event there because it's close to our office, and then also, we're able to give back to them as well, and they can use some of the funds that we donate to them and everything. So it's a good fun time. Come have a nice catered meal and a little music, and just a real nice time for everyone to come get together and get to see the rest of their families as well.
Gotcha. Yeah, kind of let your hair down for a few hours.
Uh-huh.
All I know is our forecast doesn't look real good for Saturday. They're saying Saturday afternoon, but I don't know. They blew the call on this one because, all of our local stuff now is saying we're going to be lucky to maybe see an inch out of this year before it's all done.
Right.
Everybody was out getting bread and milk yesterday, Josh, because we were going to be shut in. All right, so we'll see where that goes. We've got clear lines. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. So let me jump over to one of the industry headlines from the Energy Information Administration. Not only did some of the market expectations change, they tell us, but they've announced a new methodology in their December short-term energy outlook. Yeah, we have this cold snap that's going to lead to definitely higher winter heating costs, according to the EIA. The Henry Hub natural gas spot price forecast to be 40 cents higher than the November forecast, and that's driven by natural gas consumption for space heating. They said coal consumption increased this year due to rising natural gas cost. That trend's not expected to continue next year as the renewable energy generation increases around the country. Electricity generation will grow from 2026. That's driven by increased demand from the big data centers that are going up all over the country. Global oil inventories, they tell us, will rise through the coming year. Lower prices will follow. They're forecasting a Brent crude oil price of $55 a barrel in the first quarter of next year. Now, that's getting down to the level where I think should be approaching a little over $2 a gallon. Yeah, fuel prices are expected to decline from $3.75 per gallon for diesel here in the fourth quarter of this year to $3.60 a gallon first quarter of next. The decline continues into the middle of next year. Price per gallon, again, diesel forecast to average $3.41. Now, prices for diesel are forecast to increase in the second half of the year, but still going to be more than 20 cents below the prices out there we're seeing right now. But as part of their December release, the Energy Information Administration announced plans to change to its short-term energy outlook model. According to them, the current model was built like a quarter century ago. Modernizing this is going to be done in stages. A new upstream model will be introduced in the spring. Full update expected sometime by 2027. The EIA is accelerating towards a more integrated, timely forecasting system, they tell us, that better reflects the evolving role of the United States in the global energy markets. But when I see that $55 per barrel number, last I heard it, that's getting kind of close where the cost of extracting, when you get to the shale operations and all the fracking, I think at one point it was more like 60. I think they've improved some, but somewhere between 40 and 55 is the cost.
Well, and you got to think labor's probably gone up too last couple of years, as labor price keeps going up.
That's for sure. The cost of everything.
Right.
I mean, last time we had Chris here, it's been a while, but he was talking about the cost of the raw ingredients, like the base materials for you guys to make the products. Have they moderated at all, or
they've been pretty steady at least. So we are able to control some prices with buying bulk, buying, habits, contracting some things, et cetera, kind of looking at what's going on, trying to, keep finding a better source,
Mm-hmm.
A lot of things are kind of raws, it's, there's a couple different places to get them at. So price them out, see what happens, but yeah, at least it's been steady overall for majority of things. There's one or two items that keep creeping their way up, It's like this is on the watch list now.
So while everybody was talking inflation there coming out of the COVID and all that,
right?
Things have kind of stabilized at least.
They have. The weird one is cardboard is really up quite a bit, even though cardboard usage is down.
Okay.
It just,
I remember him saying the packaging, the
packaging
of the boxes and whatnot.
Boxes, yeah. The bottles went way up in cost, and then we were able to do some changing of vendors, got a better price. It seems like it's all, if you're not on top of your cost, they keep creeping on you. So you just got to keep everyone honest a little bit. They want to pass every little increase on to you, and not to say that we like to move around vendors, but sometimes you at least got to give them pressure to keep their prices.
Everybody feels the pressure to try to, you don't want to raise the retail price. You don't want the prices for the consumer to keep going up because they say, hey, I'm getting ripped off.
Yeah, exactly. And, and that's where we're at. We're like, we think a lot of things are priced, to a good level where there's still value to everyone. We're able to make a little money on every bottle, and everyone's happy. That's where we want to try to keep it at. So controlling those input costs are the way that we help drive our bottom line then.
Gotcha. Let me see. Let's get a quick time out, then we'll get to Sneakers Has a Question, and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388 to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, got a shout out from James, who says, hello, driving family. Get her done safety. God bless everyone this early Friday morning. All right, Sneakers has a question. Hey, Josh, just before the Mid-America Truck Show there in Louisville, they have what they call the Farm and Tractor Show. Yeah, really big contractors, diesel. Have you guys thought about being there? Do you set up, or do we set up at the farm show?
We actually do set up, so we've been there for 2 years now. We were on a wait list to get in there at first, and then we got in 2 years ago. So we were in the, I believe, North Hall last year. I don't know where we're at this year. Yeah, I think we're trying to get a larger booth again.
Okay.
And we sponsored the tractor pull there as well.
Oh, okay. And that's... Yeah, but they do like 3 nights in a row, don't they?
Yeah, it's 4 sessions, I believe, over 3 nights.
Yeah,
it's a big deal. It's a invitation deal. It's real prestigious to get invited, and also obviously the winners there as well.
So is that a 3-day show, or it's a
3-day show? Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 4 days.
4-day show.
4-day show. Yep.
And that's, I hear I've never been down to that, but
it's a fun one. Yeah, farmers on Christmas parade, you might say. I don't, it's, they're out in full force. I think it's close to 70, 80,000 people, something like that, come through the doors. It's a lot of people. That the space is filled. Like every spot in that building is.
So like I noticed last year the truck show was they kind of condensed that a bit. They took what the whole West Wing was.
The West Wing,
pretty much empty.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, they're demolishing West Wing right now, and I think they're rebuilding some stuff if I remember right. But I don't know exactly what's going on down there.
I remember they said things are going to be different
right
next year.
Yeah.
So okay, all right. So everything that used to be in the West Wing, I guess, was all kind of pushed down, I think, way down in the South Wing.
Right.
Which used to be kind of a lot of open space, generally speaking.
Yeah.
So,
but what you see there at truck show, that whole thing's filled for the farm show. Every square inch inside, like we said, there's a wait list to get in there even.
Wow.
So I'm sure they're making the West Wing even larger so they can accommodate more vendors.
How about that? All right. Hey, Shorty, good to have you with us. Who said, hey, we need to do this every several months or so to get all the information about the products out there. Well, we were at one time. We were doing it like once a month. But
well, we're going to work on it. Kyle's supposed to be the guy in here, actually. So we'll work on getting him in a bit more. And I told him I could fill in some rotation with him. So we'll tag team it a bit more. But yes, we got to do better about getting in here with him.
I know he's up there in Indianapolis right now with the performance racing, because that's his big thing, the racing stuff. But I thought he might be able to kind of give us an update this morning. Hello, Kyle. All right, news break. Final hour just ahead. In room for you at 844-844-3388.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, It works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
This is part of the psychological operation, kind of saying, here we come, here we're coming, we're coming.
With the U.S. Navy forces parked in the Caribbean for months, analysts say recent actions, from blowing up drug boats to seizing a Venezuelan tanker, may signal more to come.
Let's end with the pretext that this is about drug trafficking. This is about, at the end, regime change.
Former Pentagon official Frank Mora predicts a possible surgical strike within weeks aimed at pressuring Nicolas Maduro, but warns there is no clear plan B if he refuses to leave. Homeland Security Chief Kristi Noem faced tough questioning from Democrats on Capitol Hill, with Mississippi's Benny Thompson leading that criticism.
I call on you to resign. Do a real service to the country and just resign.
Noem testified on national security threats as Democrats focused instead on President Trump's illegal alien crackdown in major blue cities, including the continued use of the National Guard and ICE teams in places like Chicago and L.A. The head of the National Counterterrorism Center says rising illegal alien encounters during the Biden administration include individuals with ties to ISIS and al-Qaeda.
Around 18,000 known and suspected terrorists that the Biden administration let come into our country.
Joseph Kent told Congress that these cases, along with unknown border crossers, pose a persistent national security threat. Salvadoran national Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who was deported earlier this year, has been released from immigration detention by a federal judge. He faces human smuggling charges in Tennessee, and Abrego Garcia has been held multiple times despite court orders. His attorney calls it a win for due process. The government plans to appeal. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones gained 646 points, the S&P 500 went up 14 points, and the Nasdaq lost 60 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Texas regulators are advancing new rules that would bar anyone under the age of 21 from buying hemp vapes, gummies, or THC drinks. Nicole Holt is with the group Texans for Safe and Drug-Free Youth.
We urge the commission to adopt 25 years of age as the minimum legal age.
Youth advocacy groups want tougher limits. Hemp businesses are backing the rule, saying they don't want kids using these products either, but warn against over-regulating a legal industry. Federal court records show Minnesota fraudsters misused hundreds of millions in COVID relief intended for children, spending on luxury cars, villas, and trips. Dozens, including Abdimajid Nur, sentenced to 10 years and $48 million in restitution, have been convicted. Officials continue tracing funds overseas. The Queens District Attorney in New York is busting a major theft ring, bringing more than 780 charges against more than a dozen defendants.
Queens District Attorney Melinda Katz says the organized crime group allegedly led by Armando Diaz is connected to 319 separate thefts at 138 Home Depots across 9 states.
This is the thing with all of the 9 states. Whatever they did, they planned it in Queens. The head of it lived in Queens. The van was kept at his apartment, his house in Queens. They met in Elmhurst on Hoffman.
Katz says her office sees more than $2 million of merchandise, storing and selling items across the Bronx, Brooklyn, and Queens. I'm Natalie Migliori.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, what do you say? Let's get that final hour off and rolling here on a Friday. Now, folks in the Pacific Northwest, wow, floodwaters turning farmland into vast pools, washed out bridges, rescues, stranded cars, homes across the state this past day. And according to this report, tens of thousands of people were under evacuation orders. Authorities hoping that levees would hold, preventing far worse damage. According to the governor, the flooding levels, he said, we're looking at are historic in nature. We want to emphasize how serious the situation is. Speaking at a press briefing this past day, one day after declaring a statewide emergency, he said the situation is extremely unpredictable. Skagit County is a major agricultural region north of Seattle, apparently who ordered everyone in the Skagit River floodplain to evacuate. Now, this says some 78,000 people live in that floodplain. According to the county's emergency management, the high water mark upstream at the town of Concrete was below estimates, but authorities warned record levels elsewhere are still possible. Along the river in Mount Vernon, teams knocking on doors in low-lying areas this past day to inform them of the evacuation notices. Further north, near the U.S.-Canadian border, firefighters rescuing several people from their homes. In Sommers, according to the mayor, over 10,000 customers in the state without electricity Thursday afternoon. There was a mountainous section of US 2 closed due to rocks, trees, and mud, with no detour available and no estimated time for reopening. Yeah, we saw heavy rain and flooding washed out at least 3 bridges in the mountains of northwestern Montana, where an emergency shelter opened there in the small town of Libby, Montana. The Skagit River hit about 30 centimeters shy of the previous record in the mountain town of Concrete this past morning. Yeah, water stopped just short of getting into some folks' homes, but wow, incredible. You've seen any of the footage, the video there out of Washington State? Pineapple Express. Rain, rain, more rain. Well, Senor Heat Wave, I do believe third time may be a charm.
Well, I hope so. I'm stopped right now.
Okay.
Hey, good morning, y'all. Josh, good to hear from you.
Morning.
Hey, said the last name is Steinmetz?
Yes.
You wouldn't by chance be related to Gloria, would you?
Not that I know.
Gloria Steinmetz? Okay. Well, it was a Smokey and the Bandit thing when the Frog and the Bandit were talking, but I digress. Well, good morning. It's a little chilly out here on top of the mountain here, and Soldier Summit here in Utah, about 22 degrees, a tad chilly. Well, I'll tell you what, a lot of these transmission systems on these newer vehicles that do have an issue with surging or not wanting to catch up, and they're sealed. So, that would be kind of hard, and I don't know if you'd be able to get the dealership to go ahead and put some of y'all's product in the transmissions of these vehicles. Have y'all had an issue with that?
From time to time, it seems to be a little harder to get people to put it in or trust that it's the right thing. Or we've even heard people call in and say, "Oh, the mechanic said he couldn't be liable for putting it in," or whatever. It's like, it's your vehicle; it shouldn't be an issue. But those sealed transmissions, those are a little different to work with, and really at that point, if you're I don't even know how the dealership does it, really, at that point. With it being sealed up the way it is, there's really not a good way to add or remove fluid. It really is kind of a lifetime fluid, even though we know for a fact that's not really true. There's no such thing as a fluid that's going to last forever.
Seems like they want to change it every 100,000 miles or whatnot, which is fine with me, but it's in the meantime that I worry about, especially on these used vehicles. So, buddy, I just turned my brights off. What the hell? Well, anyways, tell you what, you go down the road these days. I was just going through Texas earlier, yesterday morning, and man, I tell you what, they need to have more enforcement out there in West Texas around Amarillo. This one old boy, he was sparking something fierce from his drive tires on the passenger side, and I just could not get enough speed to catch up to him, even though I was flashing him with the high beams. But it took about 15 miles for him to figure out, there's something wrong with my truck. And, well, it wasn't from, let's just say he wasn't from around these parts, okay? These parts being the continuous 48.
Yeah.
So I figured the hell with him. If he doesn't want to listen, that's fine. If he doesn't catch it, that's fine. He'll smell an issue or hear something go boom rather quick. So I just have no sympathy for these people out here that come to this country illegally, drive on illegal licenses, treat us like we're in India and we're third-class citizens, they're first class. And, yeah, all I can say is, like I always say, the hell with them. I think, I bet you old Knucklebuster listens to the Bellamy Brothers. What do you say?
Most likely.
Yes.
Little third-rate romance.
Yes. No, did they sing that?
I can't remember. Maybe that wasn't them.
I was thinking more of If I said you had a beautiful body.
There you go. Would you hold it against me?
Well, I don't know, Steve. I've not really known you that long, but that's all right. So, anyways, yeah, we're heading down from Salt Lake, going back to Albuquerque, and probably having to turn around and make another run before we call it a week. I'll tell you, what you got these Democrats out there now. Was that one of them saying, well, whenever we have a government shutdown, we shouldn't get paid, like they're leading the charge.
Right.
It was like, well, we've been saying that all this time, especially during this latest shutdown. So I think they're trying to sway public opinion. They're here for the people. Well, I want to tell you something. That's the same party that said you had to get insurance. Oops. Right? And that damn Chief Justice says, well, that $750 penalty is not really a penalty, but a tax. Well, you get all these folks come in from all these other countries, and they are getting that insurance with better coverage for free. Well, it's free to them, but it's coming out of our back pockets. And I'm getting a little tired of it. And I'm getting tired of seeing people out there crying and whining about, oh, President Trump called these people garbage. And then they called this one lady Miss Piggy. I think her name was Peggy. But I don't think, he meant anything by it. It's just how you heard it. But as far as, crying and complaining about, oh, the president's called people garbage. Well, I didn't hear them cry them crocodile tears when Biden was talking about whipping Trump's butt or whipping anybody's butt behind the building and calling us garbage out here. So, and that girl was a valedictorian of our high school, and she did good in college. But you know what they say, there's always a college-educated idiot somewhere, and there's never college. So, I don't know. But, well, I'll tell you what, I got a 24 Tahoe that I bought used, that was used as a delivery commercial vehicle, and it's got 36,000 miles on it. And I'm just wondering...
Did he start moving again?
Yeah.
I think he did.
I think so.
Did you start moving again, Senor Heatwave? Because he disappeared. Right when he got around to the question, the pertinent question of the day. He mentioned health care. Real quick, I did have the details here. The Senate failing to advance a Republican health care plan yesterday. It was a vote of 51 to 48. Not surprisingly, Rand Paul, again, voting with the Democrats. It's been happening a lot as of late. Senators Bill Cassidy and Mike Crapo introduced the bill that would allow the Obamacare tax subsidies to expire and expand health savings account. Now, they needed 60 votes to advance this. A separate Schumer-backed health care bill also failed to pass in the Senate yesterday. Obamacare's enhanced premium tax credit will expire at the end of the year here, and we're down to just a matter of weeks left. The Republican drafted proposal to set up health savings account for people who buy their health insurance on the Affordable Care Act marketplace failed to advance on a pretty much party line vote. So Congress at the moment is no closer to address what's going to be a pretty substantial rise in health care premiums come next year. We said the legislation, which needed 60 votes, failed by a vote 51 to 48. Every Democrat obviously no, as well as Rand Paul. The only Republican no vote. All right, with that, we'll get a quick timeout. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
One of the largest classes in the NTPA is our next spotlight. and the battle for second was much closer than the battle for the title. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, I'm Greg Hunter with the NTPA Overnight Report. A total of 40 trucks pulled during the 2025 Grand National events for the Superstock diesel trucks, and Shane Kellogg jumped out to an early lead in the points. With 12 pulls on the 2025 schedule, Mother Nature decided to shorten it to a 10-pull schedule after raining out Fort Recovery. Shane started the season in his truck he calls Trump with a win in the first hook of the year at Hutchinson, and a second on the next night. That had him on top of the points leaving the first weekend of the season. With Shane making 11 pulls in 2025, he had a very dominating year, claiming the crown by 29 points, which is very impressive, with only 10 events awarding points. As mentioned, he took a first and second in Hutchinson, then he went to Farley, which was not a points hook, but he took 15th. Then off to Toma with 2 solid hooks. A fourth and an eighth moved him to second in the points, leaving the second points weekend of the season. Then came Rockwell, and it proved to be a little bit of a tougher track after the rain earlier in the week. Shane managed a 6th on the first night and a 2nd on the second night of pulling. That put him back on top of the points, where he stayed the rest of the year. After Rockwell, there was only 4 hooks remaining on the calendar, and Shane made the most of them, getting a 2nd and 8th in Pulltown, then a win in Sandwich, Illinois, and a win to wrap up the season at the Enderley Pull-Off gave Shane the title. Actually, Shane basically had the title locked up after the win in Sandwich. As long as he got a measurable distance at the Enderley Pull-Off, he was the champ. Coming in second in the 2025 season was Craig Dickey in the Cummins Killer 3. In third, Marshall DeBrew in his 2015 Chevy he calls Flammable. Fourth was Jeremy Yeager in his truck he calls Trencher. In fifth, Corey Funk with the Funkin' Groovin'. Coming in sixth in the points was Ryan Funk with his 93 Dodge he calls Funkin' Movin'. Holding down seventh was the 2008 Ford of Nick and Don Gillette they call Top Shelf. In eighth was Van Hazley and his grandson Trip Hazley with the 97 Ram he calls Rock Hard Ram. In the ninth spot, Ted Dugan in his Chevy he calls Angry Shine. And rounding out the top 10 was Todd Dugan's second truck he calls Angry Farmer Penetrating Spray. Now you can keep up to date with everything going on in the world of truck and tractor pulling by just surfing over to ntpapoll.com. See the 2026 schedule, all the competitors, the results, and everything else you could possibly imagine. It's only a click away. ntpapoll.com. And now with the holidays here, it is the time to stop by shopntpa.com. You can get the pulling fan in your life the perfect shirt, hoodie, or collectible this holiday season. Get them before they're gone and in plenty of time for the holidays by ordering now. shopntpa.com. Don't forget to keep up with NTPA Championship Polling every Wednesday at 8 o'clock only on RFD TV. That's 8 o'clock Eastern Time. For the NTPA Overnight Report, I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Okay, let's get to our old friend Country Bumpkin checking in.
Hey, good morning, sir.
Morning.
How are you?
Hey, it's Friday. Doing well.
Yeah. Hey, my daughter lives out, she's about 3 hours northwest of Spokane. And they drove here, and now they're on their way back. What's the weather looking like between Michigan and up there around Spokane?
Out in Washington?
Yeah.
I mean, there's this little Alberta clipper that dropping a little bit of snow right now. I mean, the next system's going to be the one, that's going to really pack a wallop, probably in the Dakotas, and then on, pretty much the same path. Later on Saturday.
They left here Tuesday mid-morning, and they were in Montana last night.
Oh well, they should be fine right now. I mean, they've had, I guess they've had some snow there in Montana in recent days, but I'm looking right now. There is some snow right there in central and southern Montana. I don't know how far. It's just rain once you get to western Montana. Things are finally quieting down with that atmospheric river in western Washington. But I think the rains are going to be returning early next week, and lots of it.
Yeah, they live, to get to their house, fly into Spokane, and then drive about 3.5 hours northwest. As crow flies, they're only about 20 miles from the Canadian border.
Okay, way up there.
Yeah, they're what is it? Republic's the name of the town that they live in. In fact, when my grandson graduated here a few years ago, I went out there, and there's only 15 kids in his graduating class. So it's just a little mountain town,
Yeah, no doubt.
They've got a small farm. I think they got 62 acres and a few critters, horses, cattle, and that kind of stuff. And so how you and your family been?
We're doing just fine. Getting, I guess, time to get ready for the holidays because it's almost here.
Yeah, it's going to be in our rearview mirror before we know it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. I appreciate what you've done for the drivers through the years and continue to do. I sure miss being out on the road, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Not enjoying the retirement thing, huh?
No, I come down with cancer, and then, like, my health fell apart. Family members passed away. It's just not been good for me, brother.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you checked in this morning. I hope everything goes well, and enjoy your Christmas as best you can there. So let me see. New oils. What is a zero-weight oil?
Well, it's just a lower viscosity. So part of all this fuel economy stuff that, the OEMs are trying to get more efficient to meet the EPA standards and all that. But by using a lower viscosity oil, they're able to tighten up the engines. And they tighten up the engines, which is where we gain some efficiency. So just trying to not let that power.
So is that what you were talking about? That's almost like when you're pouring it, it's like almost like water.
Like water, yeah.
And how do you get lubricity from something so thin? And how's that even possible?
Well, they have lower clearances in the parts, so there's enough lubrication there to help hold it together. Get what we call boundary lubrication. But really on something like that, this is where we really think our FR3 really shines really well because of that nanocarbon in there. We're able to get that extra wear protection because that oil is going to drip off of those parts as it sits there. Everyone talks about the startup lubrication and all that. Well, the FR3 really gets into those microscopic pores basically of the metal, and that's going to really help that out and keep that wear protection from happening at startup.
Okay, we'll talk a bit more about that coming up here. First, we got to get a news break, and it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says the U.S. must lead the AI revolution, signing an executive order that shifts AI regulation to the White House and away from the states.
We want to have one central source of approval every time you make a change, and it could be a very reasonable change. You still won't get it approved if you have to go to 50 states.
He argues companies need a single national standard to innovate and compete, calling the move essential for America to beat China in the race for advanced artificial intelligence. Federal agents busted a smuggling ring tied to a Texas business for moving high-end NVIDIA computer chips to China, a major win in the tech security fight.
China's been trying to get its hands on advanced AI chips from the United States because their chips are not nearly as good as ours.
China expert Gordon Chang says Texas has seen similar operations before, noting the Chinese consulate in Houston was shut down for espionage during Trump's first term. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care, and here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are part of healthcare sharing now because it just makes so much sense right now. And MediShare is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. MediShare has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. Call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. It's 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, back at it here as we head down the home stretch, as we say, on a Friday morning. All right, we left off talking about new brands of oil. You're constantly having to research, develop, and innovate with the new products.
And there's new oil API classifications coming out too. So a lot of things are switching from, I believe it's SN to SQ now, I believe was the newest one that came out. So, more and more stuff, ever changing, it's just, they add that new technology to meet ever changing demands from these engines as we keep trying to be more and more efficient and, just do a better job of conserving resources. It's good. We just need the longevity, and that's why we have to keep innovating, try to keep on top of the issues that come up.
So what's the difference in, you pull up the website, there's a black diamond, there's a blue diamond, there's a green diamond? What is all the difference from one to the next?
Yeah. So it's based on, some of it's based on application, some of it's based on what the oil is, if is it a Group 3 synthetic or a Group 4 synthetic, or does it have a special application? So the Blue Diamond's the original oil that we had, and that's a Group 4 PAO synthetic for diesel. We also have a Black Diamond that is the same thing, except for it has high levels of zinc in it. So that's for like street and strip applications, highly built diesel engines. The Green Diamond is our everyday diesel engine, basically oil. So the guys that are running over the road, their regular pickup truck, it's a great oil for that. We also have the Gray Diamond, which is for European engines. They have something called a mid-sap specification they have to meet, so that's what that oil's for. And then our Red Diamond is our newest one, and that is for passenger cars. So that meets almost every single passenger car here in the country.
Well, I didn't realize that. Yeah. So like a 5W30, which is pretty common with more of the modern gas engines.
Right, 530, a 520, and a 020 in the Red Diamond.
Okay. So you have all those available on the website?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Okay. And I think, I'm due for an oil change. 5W30 is my thing then, right?
I believe so.
Now, I have not put any sort of additives in, because I know you said don't use anything before the first oil change. I forgot to take my FR3 with me when I got that first change. Is this time to go ahead with about 12,000 miles?
Be a good time to add it, yep.
And just start with the FR3. Don't need any stiction eliminator or anything like that?
No, not this new, no.
Not this new?
Yep.
Okay. Horse Feathers brought up an interesting topic of discussion earlier when it comes to transmissions. The age-old debate. All right, you got 70,000 miles, and I've never changed the fluid. Do you drop the pan and put a filter in, or do you just add the shift restore to add some of the base chemicals back in?
I'm the same way. I think there's the two schools of thinking. Or do we get too long? I personally finally dropped the transmission on a vehicle this time around on my truck. Actually, it's a 10-speed transmission. There's a lot of things going on in there, and I knew there was issues with that thing shifting at some point. They're known for it. So I went ahead at 50,000 miles, dropped the pan, put filter in, did all that.
And you only get about, half the fluid when you drop the pan anyway?
Right,
you're not getting...
Yeah, you're only getting a fraction of it. So it was pretty burnt in there, so I'm glad I dropped it. I think it's a lot to do with the hybrid operation, how that works. It's a lot to do with the truck it tows, you know, it. And then I also have a 25-minute drive every day when I'm doing my back and forth. So not excessive, but a lot of hills, a lot of shifting points. So I can see where it could wear out the fluid pretty quickly.
So if you dropped the pan, you probably had to put a few quarts in.
Yes.
And would you add shift restore to that when you do that?
That is a good opportunity to do it. I actually just went with the fluid because that's the ULV, which we have a transmission fluid for. It has the FR3 in it, so I just went with our transmission fluid as it's in its place.
Okay. Now, I can vouch for the shift restore. I can go back in time with my previous two vehicles. I was having some shift-in issues with the Firebird. And just added some shift restore, and I think I got another couple of years out of it, you know, and it eventually it would go into first gear, but it wouldn't go to it would go first and third, I think, is all it would do.
Right.
And you can't get on the highway or nothing. I mean, so I just
and that's just it. You know, a lot of times the thing about shift restore is actually a good preventative too. So if you want to put it in before you're having problems, helps clean up things, keeps things lubricated, great preventative, but also then it's that fix to help get you down the road further. You know, if it's mechanically wore out, it's mechanically wore out at that point. But if we can help extend it just a little bit longer, hey, at least maybe it got you a few more paychecks before you have to shell out for that.
And if I'm going to add this, I mean, yeah. If your dipstick's showing you're pretty much full, is it going to hurt to just add some of this, or is there a way to drain any without dropping the
use
pan?
like a pump basically to get in there.
Okay.
A lot of times through the dipstick area, you can put a tube down, pump it out, or relieve the drain. Not really the drain plug, but there's like an inspection plug sometimes at the top.
I was just thinking most of the newer vehicles, you don't even have a dipstick for the transmission anymore, do you?
But that truck has a dipstick, but you got to be under the truck in order to get into it. Even like it's sitting on top of the case, basically.
Okay.
Or the top part of the transmission tunnel. You know.
All right. With that, let me see. Let me grab Gene. I believe it is. Click, click. Is this Gene? Good morning.
Yes.
Yeah. Hi there.
Yes. Morning, Steve. I listened to your show, and I just happened to be listening tonight with Josh with Hot Trot Secrets. And one thing I've got, and it's a diesel, it's a track loader. It's a John Deere 350, and it's got a 3-cylinder diesel. And I usually just run it in the summer. And I was looking for some tips on maybe some different oils and stuff to put in it, and some additives for the diesel fuel.
Yeah, for that, I'd recommend the EDT, or Everyday Diesel Treatment as it's known, and that's going to be good, especially you said you run it in the summer, so primarily, so that'll help with the stabilizing the fuel, the lubricity, CTM booster, you know, really all that stuff to help keep, you know, any algae from forming, but also to help condition the fuel, keep it safe and ready to go for you. As far as oils and stuff, probably just our green diamond oil would work great in the engine. We do, you know, it's real simple. Change one for one, you know, it's probably a 1540. We got a 1540 available for that. And then you probably got some hydraulic fluid on there, I imagine. We offer a tractor hydraulic fluid. It actually meets the John Deere 20 spec. So that's the most common for most of those, equipment like that.
Okay. All right. Very good. And I just rebuilt the motor in my pickup. They're calling, and the caller before the break just said something about, hey, don't put any of your new product that's coming out the first of the year until the break-in period. The machine shops want me to do some break-in oil. It's got some extra zinc in it, and run that for 1,500 miles, and then he said start your 3,000 after that. So that's going to be pretty close to the first of the year that I was looking at. Maybe your new oil that's coming out, the 1 quart per oil change.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I'd probably let it run one more oil change cycle since you're just getting out of that break-in oil at 1,500 miles.
Okay.
Like to see it just a little bit more broken. You're going to break it in a little differently from the break-in oil back to regular oil. But, I wouldn't be afraid of letting the engine, get broken in a little bit more, but also you're not going to get that much wear and deposits in that short amount of time, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Okay. Very good. Yeah, because does it matter if you go synthetic or conventional on that? Is that new product either way, or
it is either way. It doesn't matter. I would probably go with I'd probably go with the synthetic just based on. Well, what engine is that for coming or you rebuilding?
It's the 4.9 liter, 300 straight six.
Okay. Yeah, you could use either or and be in good shape. But yeah, it will work with both conventional and synthetic oils.
Okay. Because I've got another vehicle. It's a old, it's a 65 Mercury. It's got a 390 in it, and I thought about that coming out too. If it's coming out the first of the year, I may try something like that in it to clean it out and get it going. But it's low mileage. Only got 37,000 miles on it.
Okay.
So it's something that I don't put very much miles on it. It's my baby.
For sure. No, that's be nice to give it a little cleanup there. So yeah, that's a great application for that. Yep. And you'll do that with that product.
Very good.
A little cleanup. Yep.
Very good.
Gene, what part
Thank you very much.
What part of the
Appreciate it.
country you checking in from, Gene? Where you at? Where you located?
Denver, Colorado.
Denver. All right. You catching us on our
Yes, sir.
The AM affiliate out there?
Yes, sir.
I got you.
And,
I got your number here, and I gotta hook you up with a $60 first time caller code.
Oh. Okay. Well, appreciate that. Is that for the hot shots?
When you get the code, it'll come to you via a text message here in a couple of days.
Oh.
And you'll go to.
This is the landline.
That's really?
That won't come as a text.
Okay.
Yeah. That'd be my cell phone. Is the only texting I can do on that.
Well, I don't want to ask for your cell phone number on the air, but if you could maybe email me your number there, and we could take care of it. My email, steve@hotshotsecret.com.
steve@hotshotsecret.com.
Yes.
Very good, Steve.
Yeah, and we'll get you.
All right, thank you. I like your show.
When you get that, you'll get a.
I'm not an over-road driver, but I enjoy listening to it late at night when I'm up.
That's great. I love hearing from some of our listeners out there on terrestrial radio land. So, yeah, hotshotsecret.com is where you'll go once you get the code, place your order, enter that code, and it'll take $60 off your order. And if it covers the whole thing, it's anything over that. And I think you get free shipping on your first order.
You do, yep. So we put free shipping with that as well. So, yep. Good way for new people to
try the product.
Try the product, and we appreciate you calling in as well.
You bet. All right. All right, you guys have a Merry Christmas to you both and to the listeners out there on the show.
Very good. All right. Thank you so much, Gene. Don't be a stranger. Give us a call anytime if you like what you hear. We love hearing from you, new listeners. Yeah, I kind of wanted. We're hearing from some of our terrestrials.
Yeah, that's
Denver just joined us here a few months ago, and we've had several calls from out there, so that's pretty cool.
That is very cool.
Growing the network, as they say. Mm-hmm. All right, get a final timeout. We'll come back and roll things up here as we head into a Friday weekend coming on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All righty, Josh, so we're kind of winding things down here this early Friday. I guess truck and tractor pull season's in the books for another season, right?
Yeah, kind of. Got some stuff in January, I believe, and then there's indoor stuff, National Farm Machinery Show February. I know there's an indoor show in March as well, I believe, over in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and then it'll be here before we know it.
Yeah.
The season never dies, it seems like, anymore.
Okay, so and as far as like with Kyle being out there and your brother,
yep,
with the Outlaw Diesel Super Shed, is everything pretty much wrapped up for the season there?
Everything's wrapped up there. I think they start in April this year for Outlaw Super Series and the West Coast Series NHRDA. I think they have maybe a March event or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Some big news that actually came out of PRI was the Pro Bowling League that we're title sponsor of.
Correct.
They are also now owned by IHRA, and they have a new series as well. They're putting out 5 at 5 locations. It's going to be $10,000 per class to win. They call it the High Stakes Series. So some big money being put out for some new truck and tractor pulling events.
How about that?
Yeah.
You just about a year ago joined the PPL, right? The Pro Pooling League?
Yes, it was a year ago, basically, right now.
Okay.
And yeah, we kind of got that news coming to us a little bit earlier than everyone else, but it's now public, and we're really excited. We got 5 big time races that were going at drag racing tracks, basically. So it's going to be interesting to see how they promote that and do what they do. And I meeting with some of the staff members there at IHRA, they're really excited. They're really looking forward to bringing it to a whole nother level, and we're excited to be along with them and try to promote the sport, but also be able to promote ourselves a little bit too, to a different crowd.
Yeah, real quick, like for people like Gene, maybe first-time caller, and others out there that maybe are hearing us talking in depth about Hot Shot Secret for the first time, if they're not really familiar, obviously they've been listening for a while, they've learned a bit. But if you're an automobile driver and you've never tried the products, where would you start with Stiction Eliminator on the oil side and Gasoline Extreme on the fuel side? Is that where a good starting point is?
It really is for the most part. Now, I will say for ease of use, if you want to give Gasoline Extreme a try, that'll be your easiest way to kind of try the product, because all you do is pour it straight into the fuel tank, top off with gas and go on your way. And, a lot of people see really good fuel economy results, hear things quiet down, maybe smooth out a rough idle. And so it's kind of your way to test the product, pretty quick and easily to kind of understand why everyone's raving about, we've heard a lot of people call in tonight and say how well the product works. Well, it's because there's a lot of advanced chemistry, undiluted chemistry, and really, backed by very good scientific results too, which are posted on our website. If you want to go to a product page, there's a lot of supporting documentation that goes with each and every product as well.
And for the oil side, especially if you have like a high mileage vehicle that you've never really been putting, anything special in the oil, Stiction. Do you recommend adding that Stiction Eliminator for the first time with an oil change, or can it be done mid-oil change?
Recommend it with an oil change. It just gives it enough time to work. Also, the clean oil helps it work a little more effectively than if you're trying to do it inside dirty oil. So.
And on the diesel side, pretty much the same thing. Now, you've got the choice of you've got everyday diesel treatment, and then there's another.
The diesel extreme is really that deep cleaner, so it's a lot like our gasoline extreme. They're kind of like mirrors of each other.
That's kind of like the first shot.
It is the
fuel.
first shot, so that's like the cleaner for the fuel. So that gives you that deep clean, and that's really what you need to really be able to get a good understanding of cleaning out the injectors. It'll give you some performance boosts, the cetane boost in there. It's a 6-in-1 product, so we're taking care of a lot of different things with that product all at once. So if you got something running a little rough, if you got a diesel, the diesel extreme is a great way to see if we can't clear that out with a fuel additive first before going in after hard parts.
So run a dose of the diesel extreme, and after you run that fuel through, then switch over to the everyday diesel, and that's used every fill up, right?
Absolutely, that's used every fill up, and then we go back to that diesel extreme once every 6,000 miles. So I always think when I go do an oil change, it's a good time to run my extreme.
Okay. And then of course, when you get into the colder times of year, the everyday diesel treatment with winter defense. You want to make sure you're treating that diesel fuel so it doesn't gel up, as we mentioned earlier.
And we get a question a lot of times like, can I use too much? Or what we put on the label is recommended for a lot of different reasons. Most of it's usually the most effective treatment rate for you to get to see the most gains. So the most effective as far as seeing performance gains, but also not hitting your pocketbook so hard.
Mm-hmm.
And now fuel additives, typically we really can't over add. You have to be grossly over adding to have an issue. Anti-gel, we do have to be a little more careful because we can actually concentrate that wax modifier a little bit too much and actually cause gelling issues due to the wax modifier being too much presence inside the fuel.
Excellent. All right. Of course, you can find information about all the full line of products, and there's a ton of things we haven't even talked about this morning. On the website there at hotshotsecret.com.
Absolutely. Also check out our social medias, our Facebook, YouTube. We're also on TikTok as well. A lot of good information on all those platforms.
Are we still doing any Hot Shot Secret live episodes here and there?
We are doing them here and there, and I don't know when the next one is, but I feel like we're going to do one in January since we got a product to release.
All right. Well, Josh, I appreciate you spending some time with us here this morning. We'll do it again somewhere down the line, but thank you so much. You have a great Friday, good weekend, and we'll see what we can do to destroy the secret bunker here in the coming hours.
Yes, for sure.
All right. Thank you so much to the audience out there. Have a great weekend. We'll be back at the midnight hour Sunday night into Monday morning for our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,